community networks where indigents can go and have access to the internet. Recently, the Smart City project was launched in Banjul City Council to help with tax collections using the QR code so that business owners and store owners can pay their taxes online. Mr. Ahmed Aber, representing the Cybersecurity Alliance, speaking on the team, began his discussion with a thank you note to partners for the organization of the Gambia National.
You have to unmute. They are not.
It's on mute now.
It's on mute now.
Yeah.
It's unmuted.
Mr. Ahmed Aber, representing the Cybersecurity Alliance, began his discussion with a thank you note to partners for the organization of the Gambia
UNDP has been very supportive when it comes to
digital
literacy, and his discussion with a thank you note to partners for the organization of the Gambia National Internet Governance Forum. Speaking on what his organization has done in line with the team of the National IGF, he noted that the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance has done a lot of awareness on information security, governance, fraud, cyber espionage, etc. To which he added that sustainability cannot be achieved if the tools are not available. Even if systems are built, the concern is protection and security. People need to feel safe, that their information is secured and safe. To tackle these, the Cybersecurity Alliance advocates for change in security protocols to ensure that citizens' data is protected and that their privacy is respected and protected. All of these things are interconnected when it comes to achieving digital transformation in building a digital economy. With the e-governance initiative put in place in government ministries and agencies, the question still remains, how do we harmonize the government systems to ensure they are properly secured? He noted that we deploy systems in the country but don't focus on the security part. Mr. Amadouba emphasized that digital sustainability cannot be achieved if the right processes and measures are not in place to protect the existing structures that we have. The Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance celebrates the Data Protection and Privacy Day each year to ensure that Gambia has a protection law. He commended the stakeholders involved in passing the Access to Information Act on data protection and privacy. He noted that what needs to be done now is ensure that they also scrutinize the ministries and agencies on how they digitize platforms in the Gambia. Citing an example regarding parallel migration of digital systems, he added that you can't put a system down because you're migrating to another system. This was done by NAWEC when they moved their old systems to the new one, and he noted this was wrong. To conclude, Mr. Amadou cited that the Cybersecurity Alliance developed the incident reporting platform, which is used to report incidents of cybercrimes, frauds, or scams. They have also conducted trainings and awareness campaigns on hate speech and security. They also engage partners like NEPAD and the African Union, etc., to see how best we can have the general data regulation for Africa, to understand the role of the African Union Cybersecurity Expatriate Group. From there, the floor was opened to questions by the moderator. From the questions we had, was there a prior training for women in the markets where community networks were built for women groups? To which Adam Majalo answered, they are in the process of implementation. It has not been set up in the market. It will be done in the 36 vulnerable places, that is regarding the Last Mile project and the Mailumo, in the 36 vulnerable places across the 6 regions. In terms of training, women were trained on the Mailumo project and how to use the platform to market their products. The second question is, what are some of the vulnerability issues Gambians face in terms of internet backup being done through Senegal? And also, what effort is the Cybersecurity Alliance doing to ensure that government ministries can secure their networks and systems? To these questions, Amadouba responded that we do not rely on Senegal 100% for our internet backup. We are connected through the ACE cable through Lisbon. Senegal only serves as a backup. The question thus remains is that is a backup connected through the leaf fiber or the dark fiber, to which he claimed he does not have answers to that. He added that if we are on the dark fiber, the communications are encrypted, and Senegal does not have access to our communications. He also noted that we get radar surveillance from Senegal in terms of aviation. Cybersecurity Alliance creates room for awareness so that the government can intervene using the recommendations they have presented. Question 3. Is our database secure that foreign countries or individuals cannot have access to our database in terms of leaked information concerning confidential data? Mr. Amadouba responded that there are a series of concerns regarding where our data is stored. The Gambia Immigration Department should tell us where our data is being stored. Our previous fiber ID cards, we do not know where the data is being stored. Does the government even do audits on the companies they hand over our biometric passports to at their data centers in the Gambia? We need answers to these from the Gambian government, he recommended. From there, we moved to the subtheme Untitled Digital Inclusion and Access to Information Act. The second session of the Gambia National Internet Governance Forum was moderated by Hadija Jawara, who threw the question of digital inclusion and access to Information Act. The first panelist on this session, Mr. Madi Basila from the Department of Information Service, began with citing the difficulty we have encountered in previous governments regarding access to information. The Access to Information Act was enacted last year, and that has brought a lot of change in the Gambia. The Ministry of Information have been working to ensure that mechanisms have been put in place by reaching out to other partners like Ghana to see what they have done in implementing the Right to Information Act and how it is being tested to gain experience for the Gambian context. He noted that a roadmap has been created to guide us to put structures in place for the implementation of the law. The Information Department is creating communities and sub-communities with stakeholders to ensure its success. Access to information defines the maturity of our democracy, defined by Article 19 of the UN and Article 9 of the African Union Declaration on Human Rights. All these initiatives show we are on track with implementing the Access to Information Act. Ya Amiture, a representative from the Bar Association, began with asking how many of the participants know that there is an Access to Information Act. She noted that we enact laws, but ensuring that the population knows that these laws are in place is not properly conducted. These laws enable the public to ask our elected representatives about what they have done. The draft bill was created and sent to Parliament, and still a response has not been forwarded to the Bar Association. She emphasized that if the bill is not used by citizens, then it has no meaning. We're all entitled to walk into public offices and ask questions regarding where funds have been used and the progress of projects carried out so far. It is important that this information is shared so that the public is informed. All ministries have to appoint an information officer so that they know that information in the public interest is provided before people begin to ask. To conclude, she applauded the strides taken so far. At this point, the moderator Hadija Jawara asked the question of inclusion regarding the implementation of the bill, which Madibu responded that the implementation process has not started. They have, however, taken steps to ensure that the public is involved once the roadmap is completed, which is at a standstill due to the division of the Ministry of Information, Communication and Infrastructure (MOCDE) into the two line Ministries of Information and Digital Economy. He added that it is important that everyone knows they are all included in the process, and everyone has the right to enter any government office and ask questions regarding projects being carried out in the country, like the Hakalan Road project. Bintu Jaita from Article 19, upon joining the panel discussion, was asked questions by the moderator. What are some of the things done in the protection of the rights of persons? What measures have been put in place to ensure citizens' rights are being guaranteed? To which Bintu replied that in terms of inclusion, Article 19 is looking at equitable access. The access to information law to a large extent has been very inclusive, looking at the successes registered in the past 5 years. The flagship was civil society, led by which they had a say at the table with other stakeholders. In order for it to continue to be inclusive, there needs to be continuity with the involvement of civil society and other actors in the stages of implementation, from consultation, drafting of strategies to the end factors. It all has to be a collective responsibility. Been to emphasize that for people's right to be protected, it needs to be included right from the implementation stage. Taking the TRRC as an example, she highlighted that one key recommendation from the Victim Center is that the model used for the reconciliation process should also be used for the reparation process. From here, the moderator opened the floor for the question and answer session. Question 1. Do we have information that we can be given access to? What steps have been done to generate information that people will need access to? Have you identified the kind of information people can request access in the bill? Question 2. As journalists, do you go to ministries and they tell you that information is classified? Is this factored in the bill? Question 3. What are the mechanisms put in place to ensure the bill is implemented as soon as possible? Mr. Amadou responded that the Access to Information Act is no longer a bill. It is an act now, and it refers to public institutions, which means all citizens have the right to request information, and they are obligated to provide the information to the public. The Act requires us to have an information manual from the Information Commission, which will provide information that have not been given by the public offices from which they were requested from. There are information, however, that can be disclosed, and some that cannot be disclosed, and they have been identified, like in the issue of national security, and the public office involved has the right to withhold that information. You can, however, write an appeal for it, he recommended. Bintu Jaita at this point added that contextualizing it to our realities goes a long way in ensuring that inclusion is achieved. We have to begin with user needs. What information does the public need, from the student researcher to the health official, etc.? It is only when we conduct need assessment to gauge what the public needs can we find what strategies we can use in the implementation process. Which needs we have to cater for the population by ensuring that information is disseminated in all local languages to ensure inclusion for all. These recommendations need to be considered so that people get the information in the languages they understand them. There is need to simplify these laws in the way the ordinary Gambian can understand it, she recommended. She added that to improve access, we have to stop making things difficult. People need to be able to generate the information they need. The process does not need to be complicated. The procedures need to be simplified without the cumbersome processes put in place. With online access, for example, there is a responsibility placed on state institutions to provide information, to proactively disclose information, whether or not it is requested by the public. There is a provision for it in the Access to Information Act. We also have to focus on the outcomes by measuring performance. To do this, there needs to be proper implementation strategies that ensures we assess whether these implementation strategies are effective. This is where the civil society comes into play. With advocacy work, we put the government in check by ensuring that the government delivers its promises. We moved on to question 4. With regards to access to information, has the Act captured the provision of mandatory websites by government institutions where information is disseminated to public online? Has the Ministry of Information put in place structures that ensure they provide the programmers who will develop government websites so that it is not contracted to individual groups? Question 5. Are there any provisions in the Act that captures open data provision so that people can feel in data they have access to? Question 6. Does the Act have a provision in it where information can be digitally accessed and transmitted in the languages that citizens can understand? Question 7. Where does the Act stand on copyright-related issues? At this juncture, Hadija advised the panelists to answer what is Access to Information Act and why it is a human right. To answer the questions asked, Amiture responded that the law makes exceptions in terms of what information people can access. However, an individual can't just walk in a bank and ask for another individual's account details. The law emphasizes on public bodies using public funds to fund projects. That is what the Access to Information Act is all about. Proactive disclosure says that public bodies need to publish annual reports on their own so that the general public can generate it without being requested. They have to share access to information regarding their travel expenses and salary bands. You cannot, however, walk in and access the information of a third party just as it is in a lawyer-client relationship because that information is protected by privilege. Madiba contributed to the line of questions by providing answers regarding open data and online platforms. Open data has to deal with proactive disclosure, he revealed. It is up to the public to create those. The law mandates, however, that all public institutions give out information. It does not say it has to be disclosed in a particular way. Since online platforms allow us to disseminate information easily, the form to which public offices disclose information is not explicitly given by the law. However, it is expected of government institutions to have online platforms since it is the easiest way to provide information to the public. Bintu Jaita, speaking of access to information as a fundamental human right, stated that it is determined that every person is entitled to access the information from public bodies. It is the responsibility of the state to ensure that it is provided. As civil society, it is our responsibility to put the government in check. We have to be informed in every stage of the implementation process. Access to information prevents corruption, taking the previous regime as a point of context, where information was not given to the people, thereby propelling many of the gross human rights atrocities committed. Access to information allows us all to hold our government accountable. Access to information enables us to be part of the governance process. She concluded by saying access to information is the oxygen of life. Dauda Jata, a representative from the Gambia Computer Security and Incident Response Team, disagreed to this fact, stated that if the copies are in, from there we had comments from the floor. The first one was, in terms of open data, most reports in place are in hard copy. We need people to transcribe those into soft copy. GBOS has a platform sponsored by the World Bank. The ministry should utilize these to provide information to the public by collaborating with them. Dauda Jata, a representative from the Gambia Computer Security and Incident Response Team, disagreed to this fact, stating that if the copies are in hard copy, they have a digital format already in place. The question is, where are those files saved so that we can get the electronic copies of all those hard copies? Ami added that government ministries need to work together to ensure they harmonize the systems so that we can achieve digital inclusion. If systems like those could be built in Nigeria, then they can also be built in the Gambia by recruiting Gambians to build this system. To close the panel discussion, Bintu Jaita noted that we have to look at digital information. She noted that Article 19 will continue to boldly push the government of the Gambia to adopt digital inclusion in carrying out its functions. She highlighted that we have to contextualize so that the realities in the Gambia can be taken into consideration for inclusion to be properly achieved, like age, income, demographics, geographical location, etc., because inclusion comes with innovation. We have to come down to the level of the people who cannot read or write so that they too can be part of the process of governance. Solutions need to be created for these that are digitally inclusive so that the differently abled and those without formal education can have access to it. Thank you.
Okay, so the second sub-theme was on data innovation and privacy. We had 4 people on the panel: Mbanyik Ju from Insys Global, Mariama Job from Give One Project, Ya Miture from Pira, and Amadou Ba from the National Cybersecurity Alliance. Pardon? Oh. Yes, sorry, from the Gambia Bar Association. So the session was moderated by Anna Annette Sambu from Shao, Gambia. She started by bringing up the new draft of the Data Protection Bill and selling of personal data. She said that it was an offense to sell personal data and mentioned how harsh the repercussions were for individuals and businesses. Sorry. Okay, so Amadou said that he is a part of the committee that is reviewing the bill, and said that the repercussions are harsh for businesses so that they can take the bill seriously. He mentioned how there are financial institutions in the country that are using people's data for marketing purposes. He gave examples of how they would reach out to investors and try to gain them as clients by offering to link them up with people that save in their banks and have substantial savings. He also mentioned that within the Gambia government, people don't really protect their data, and that sometimes you can find pay slips and social security information in dustbins. He said that the fines are very necessary and that high fines ensure that people respect other people's personal information. He also gave examples how it is only in the Gambia that doctors have no medical records of patients, and every time somebody goes to a hospital, it's like they're a brand new patient all over again. So they ask them the same questions. Yeah. He also mentioned how GSM companies keep on sending unsolicited messages to people, and that calls to PIRA remain futile. He finished by saying that the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance will do all they can to defend the bills and the fines. Annette then moved on to Yaami and asked her perspective as a lawyer. She said that in terms of the draft of the data privacy bill, there's a misconception that there are no data protection laws in the Gambia, and that in the IC Act of 2009, there's a provision that makes it a criminal offense for some of these acts, but that it is mainly targeted to GSM companies. She said that we need to do more awareness raising of the laws as digital rights enthusiasts. She said we need right regulations, infrastructure, and legislations in place, and that our data is being used by institutions to make money, which is a violation of our privacy. She said that the law makes it wrong for unsolicited information, and we cannot have sustainable digital economies or transformation without the access to information bill and proper enforcement. Amadou was asked what are the security implications for an unregulated market in terms of privacy. Annette gave an example of how she went to Soma, where they were conducting a digital security training with Shao, and there was an instance where a young woman was being blackmailed by someone who had accessed her nudes, and that the man who was doing it could not be charged by the police because there was no law that they could base the charges on. So she asked Amadou what the Cybersecurity Alliance take was in such an instance. He answered that the police had failed the victim in that instance, and the man should have been convicted of rape, if nothing else, and that if data protection laws could not have been used. Yeah. So he mentioned how recently they had a case where an ex-beauty pageant requested her content to be taken down, and she engaged the pageant organizers who refused to take the content down. So they checked with the organizers to see if the event was sponsored, and they reached out to the sponsors to work with them on that. They also found footage of the girl with one of the organizers that was compromising as she was underage. And when they approached the guy again, with that new information, he was able to take down the content. Ami stressed that consent is very important when it comes to sharing content of others. She says that the IC Act makes provision for that, and having indecent images of children is a crime. She said that the police should be trained so that they know the provisions on the law, as there is already some form of protection in the law, but it's the awareness that is lacking. She said that there are already laws, but we need more training sessions on privacy, and that we are all exposing ourselves more as technology advances and continues to grow. Mbanyik from Insys Global was asked his take on putting legal safeguards on consumer privacy in the private sector. He answered that there is a fine line between privacy and protection and stifling innovation. He said it is good to have laws to protect consumers, but we have to make sure that it does not stifle innovation. It is important to allow room for the consumers to be given a choice to choose what information to give innovators. And if the laws are too strict, innovators will be afraid to innovate. He was asked how they are protecting consumer data as a private sector company. He answered that they are not using the data that they get from consumers as for adverts or marketing, and that all the data they collect is for the consumer. He also gave an example of how people do not take care of their data, of how teachers that they worked with on their Jangaba projects that were not so conversant with technology would ask the students to log into their platform with them and give them their passwords, which would also give them access to the training materials and exam questions. So he said that we have to do constant training and awareness raising on data protection and privacy, and that they have challenges with people oversharing their data. He asked how we as a community can help uneducated people or people who are not so conversant with technology navigate platforms to help protect their information by using audio or color coding, for example. Yeah. And then we had some questions from the audience. So the first question was from Sidi Jane from Pura, who said that regarding the case with the child in the room, he asked what action was taken against the child. He said that children that are underage should also be punished by the law, and the blame should not only be on the perpetrators. Amadou answered that children are children, and parental consent is needed to participate in most activities. The second question was from Biran Dondagilen, and she said that the data protection and privacy draft is very important because it stresses on how our data is used. She said that we did not sign up for telecom providers to send us messages, and they do that regardless. She also said that we do not want to stifle innovation, but we want to ensure that our data is being used only for what we signed up for. We need to ensure that there is provision for that in the draft bill. She said that we should all read the bill and the consent should be sought because the data that we're giving out is ours. Ami also stressed on the fact that underage people cannot give consent on any situation. She also said that your personal data is yours, and that your data given is only shared with the person that you give it to. And if it's going to be be shared with a third party.
The Secretary General in September 2021 released its report, Our Common Agenda. The Common Agenda proposes a global digital compact to be agreed at the Summit of the Future in September 2023. So they'll be having a Summit of the Future hosted by the UN in September 2023. Through a technology track following all stakeholders, government, the United Nations system, the private sector, including tech companies, civil society, grassroots organizations, academia, and individuals, including youth. You can see that all the multi-stakeholder processes of the IGF involves that. The Global Digital Compact is expected to outline shared principles for an open, free, secure digital future for all. The Common Agenda report suggests issues that it might cover, including digital connectivity, which we all face here, avoiding internet fragmentation, which some states are trying to promote, so that as if the internet can be fragmented. Oh, Gambia has its own internet, Senegal has its own. That's not the way it should be. It's one internet and for all. Providing people with options as to how their data is used, application of human rights online, and promoting a trustworthy internet by introducing accountability criteria for discrimination and misleading content. So basically, those are the things the UN Global Digital Compact will be covering, and for this future summit taking place next year. During the West African Internet Governance Forum, of which the Gambia is a stakeholder, that was held in Accra in May 2022, it was agreed that all countries within their national IGFs do a stakeholder presentation on this Global Digital Compact. In the West African region, we did a joint declaration, and today we are going to do that joint submission. So Therese will put it on the screen, and we'll all engage things we want to be put there. It will be submitted to the United Nations. Now they now have a tech envoy. Our United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, has appointed a tech envoy in the person of Amadine Gil. You can follow him on Twitter. If you just type UN Tech Envoy, you'll find him online. He's highly respected in the domain of internet governance and digital technologies. To lead this session, I will call on Mr. Umar Jain from the UNDP Accelerator Lab, who are also key stakeholders in promoting various use of digital technologies in the Gambia. So over to you, Umar, to lead this session, and he will decide how he wants the session to flow. Thank you.
Thank you, Poncelet, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the 2022 IGF. So while we wait for our able colleague Therese to get the information on the screen, just to get your ideas going, following Poncelet's introduction, what we are looking at is to build the internet basically that we would like to see of the future. He talked about the Summit of the Future taking place next year. He covered a few things such as avoiding internet fragmentation, which I think is key. He also talked about data protection and privacy. These are recurring issues that have come up over the course of the day and yesterday as well, of course. And finally, managing misinformation and content misinformation as well. I think we're at a point where this is extremely, extremely important. And so without further ado, I think we will just go into it. Perhaps we can just have the same format as yesterday. Just if you do take the floor, just identify who you are and make your contribution. This is in no particular order, but the purpose is to submit contributions for the UN Global Digital Compact that we will do collectively as a group. So without further ado, I think we will just put it straight to the floor. What will our first contribution be, colleagues? Therese, is there a point you want me to make? Okay. So while that is going on, we can just start thinking about what we would like to contribute. I know in the recap we heard a lot of good things, and I'm sure people have a lot of great ideas that we can capture. So maybe while that is still going on, we can just have somebody start and introduce themselves, or because if I go over the points again, the recap would have been repetitive, and so I believe we all have it fresh in our minds, the issues that came up, how telcos use our data, how the regulators use our data, access to services. So, Therese, let's go ahead and maybe have you just read the first question. Is there a mic on your desk, or no? Okay, so I can. Yes, just to the left of you, because it is to my back. So, grateful if you can assist to read that.
So the first question says, please select if you're, an individual or an entity organization. So we picked entity or organization.
Okay, so for the entity or organization, I think we'll take Poncelet's guidance. Would that be the Gambia Chapter? So that would be the Gambia Chapter.
So should I spell it out in full or just the Gambia?
Okay, so the second part, Therese?
Type of entity.
Okay, maybe we can scroll through the first page first, because I think the first ones are more profile information, just so we see everything that's on there. So it's type of entity. Please just read them all first.
So type of entity, description of entity or organization, entity organization website, geographic scope of activity, contact information for submission, process of consultation or preparation. What is the approximate number of entities that were engaged through the process of consultation? what is the approximate number of people engaged to the process of consultation or preparation of input?
Okay, and does it say next on the bottom of the page there?
Yeah.
Okay, before we do that, or will it allow us to go just so we see everything in full and then we can come back? Let's see if it allows us to. It wouldn't allow us.
0 to 25. Next line. And 25, 26 to 50. Yeah. Next line. We'll take to the inputs page. That is where everybody come in. So we'll call on someone. I think Umar is to do this. We have all the topics. So when he calls the first one, this is the way it is done. You can give Umar a mic. When he calls the first one, if we say connect all people to the internet, including all schools, if we want it as a key area of submission, we do the parliament business. Yes, then we raise our hand from there. If the majority says yes, we should include it. Yes. If the majority says no, no, then it's silent. So anything that is majority, we will put. We are already seeing what has happened in the last 2 days. We are already seeing some familiar things here, isn't it? Okay, so Umar, over to you.
Thank you, Poncelet. So for this one, again, he's already highlighted it, but we are supposed to select the areas on which we would like to submit the inputs. I'll read out the 8 categories, and then we can just maybe then have people intervene. So the first one is connect all people to the internet, including all schools. 2 is to avoid internet fragmentation. 3 is to protect data. 4 is apply human rights online. 5 is accountability for discrimination and misleading content. 6 is regulation of artificial intelligence. 7 is digital commons as a global public good. And finally, 8 is other areas. So by show of hands, how many people feel that we should select 1, which is connect all people to the internet, including all schools? Is that relevant for Gambia? So that's the majority. Teres, let's please check that. The second one is to avoid internet fragmentation. I believe we know what that means, but in case we do not, the Secretary General of the United Nations has previously noted that our common aspiration for a universally accessible, free, secure, and open internet, one world, one net, one vision, is at risk as there is a tendency to create some virtual walls in the internet also to separate people. So this being the description, do we feel that the second point, avoiding internet fragmentation, is something that is relevant for the Gambia? We have 1, 2, 3. By the way, there's the power of being the first mover. So if you do raise your hand first, be mindful that it might sway people along and might not be relevant. So maybe we'll do that again. The second one, avoiding internet fragmentation. Is it relevant in the Gambia? By show of hands? Okay, so it's about 50% of the rule. I think 50% can count, yes. So we move to the next one. To protect data is the third one. By show of hands, I think that's an overwhelming majority. Apply human rights online is the fourth one. By show of hands once again. About 50% so as well. Maybe less than 50 in fact. So let's revisit that point, Teres. And we just jump to the next one. Accountability. For now, we will just wait, and then we'll, in the end, look at what we've selected. So we move to 5. Accountability for discrimination and misleading content. By show of hands once more. Okay, this is about over 50%. We can check that, please. 6 is regulation of artificial intelligence. Okay, a little less than 50%. So we'll revisit that one. Maybe we'll ask also why or why not. 7 is digital commons as a global public good. Yes, so let's go over the description. The common agenda notes that the internet has provided access to information for billions, thereby fostering collaboration, connection, and sustainable development. It is a global public good that should benefit everyone, everywhere, and that with recent concerns about trust and mistrust linked to technology and the digital space, it is also time to understand, better regulate, and manage our digital commons as a global public good. So this is just common spaces that we share on the internet, spaces that, you don't require a fee to access or to be part of a society. It's just digital spaces. And so the option is digital commons as a global public good, like fora and places like this. This is low, so I think we will leave this one for now. It's a minority. Teres, and the last one is other areas. Based on the recap that we've heard, other areas, is there anything that we can think about? Maybe we can just show and share what that may be. Teres, is there any text that you want to show us so people can recap? Okay, or no, that's fine. So other areas we don't have any. The two ladies and gentlemen that we left out, Teres, if we can navigate in the chat, maybe let's navigate to the chat first before we take a comment. Thank you for sharing the screen, Teres. So let's just open the chat in the Zoom call. Perhaps there have been contributions on which of the 8. 5 has been checked off. Aisha, who's joining us online. Data protection has also been ticked off, Aisha. So thank you for that. I believe those were the only comments online. With that said, we have checked off. Pardon? Okay. That's already ticked off. That's accountability for discrimination. So Aisha, all your options have been noted. Thank you. So I'll read off the ones we've checked off, and then maybe we can make a case if we need before we move on, which is to connect all people to the internet, including all schools, avoid internet fragmentation, data protection, accountability for discrimination and misleading content. The ones we left out are apply human rights online. I suppose that's a concept that may be difficult for us to reconcile, perhaps. Regulation of artificial intelligence, maybe because artificial intelligence is not as prevalent in the Gambia or our immediate future. Digital commons as a global public good, maybe also something that the Gambian doesn't necessarily face so much. So is there a case that we would like to make, because we were looking for about 50% before we tick it? Mr. Drame, yes. Okay. 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 So that's one case to check off regulation of artificial intelligence. So maybe if there's no other points on that one, we'll just re-vote on it. Should we include the regulation of artificial intelligence by show of hands based on the description the ministry's provided? Okay, it's past the 50% threshold. We can check that as well. Okay. Yes, so you got it?
I think knowing our history is important. We re-vote on this applying human rights online, please.
Okay, is there any counterpoint to why we shouldn't have it before we vote? Okay, so we only have an argument for it. So we'll vote again for applying human rights online. By show of hands, how many people feel we should have that? It's still about less than 50%. And so there were no counterpoints, but there's only less than 50%. So I think we'll let the majority speak. And then the final point would be on digital commons as a global public good. I've read the description. Maybe we can just, by show of hands, is there anyone in favor? Okay, so Teres, I think with that we can proceed to the next page. Okay. We asked for counterpoints and points in favor. Yes, so. Okay, so do you want to facilitate that, please? Just one moment, maybe we can have you so that those online.
Yes.
One moment for those online to be able to hear you.
So I think there's a misunderstanding. Yeah, Yami. We are talking about connecting, the first one, connecting everybody on the internet. And basically, what we're saying is that the rights that we're advocating for outside of the digital space are the same rights that we should be accorded when we go online. So now we're looking at issues of freedom of expression. Do you understand? Safety, privacy, protection of your data. So making inputs for all of these things, if you don't have the application of or the protection of your rights online, then there's no point. So this is, for me, I think this is the first point that people should actually advocate for, considering, like Pons said, our history and where we're coming from. So I think probably we can re-vote now. Thank you.
Okay, so we've heard the argument in favor of. Is there an argument countering that? In absence of that, we'll just vote again for the third time now, based on Ami's recommendation. So for applying human rights online, colleagues, please raise your hand if you're in favor of. Okay, for the third time, we've had a consensus. So please take off number 4 as well, Teres. All right. So that said, we can move on to the next page, please. Yes, for the chat as well. Thank you for doing that. This might be also from Aisha. Aisha, we've heard an argument for why. So I think maybe we missed that before the argument was made. Do you have a counter argument? But mind you, we've already voted and the majority have chosen to apply it. And so we would just be able to hear your view, but the selection has been made based on preference of the majority. So while she types it, I think we can still proceed because the majority have still dictated that we check it off. So we can wait for her to type while we just move to the next page because it won't influence the decision ultimately. Exactly. Okay, so for this, we are basically looking at connect all people to the internet, core principles. Just scroll down all the way just so we can see what we are reading to people. Okay, I think I get it. We can go back to the top, please. I think I'll be able to guide us on. So the whole point is for each of the ones that we selected, we are asked to submit our views, inputs, and they should be organized into two: core principles and key commitments. This is why it was key to understand what we are voting for, because now we have to go into detail on each of them. So out of 8, we've selected 6. The first one was connect all people to the internet, including schools. So core principles basically means that what all governments, companies, civil society organizations, and all the stakeholders should adhere to. So on the principle of connecting all people to the internet, including schools, what is the first core principle, or what are some core principles that we want to note? Maybe we can target a number of 3 just so we can move along, because we've selected a good number. We've selected 6 out of 8. So are there any core principles to connect people to the internet, including schools?
For me, it should be all public institutions, including health centers and schools, in all regions of the country should have Wi-Fi. All public institutions, including all health institutions and schools, should have public Wi-Fi. And I think the ministry here, Mr. Sanusi, can guide us a lot on this because they are the ones going to lead the agenda.
So the mic is behind you, just to your back. There we are.
All right. I think there is need to understand what they mean by the principles. Do they mean some kind of division? Do they mean the mission? Or do they mean the pillars? These things in order to address this particular question. Yes, I just.
What the principle basically governs is what the UN Secretary General said about having an open internet. So within, this is going to be submitted as part of country submission, regional submissions for this Futures Summit next year. So what we want as our core principle in Gambia, and that one has to be guided by government policies. That's why
it's to connect everyone to ICT services.
So let's note that, Teresa, that's another one. Connect everyone to ICT. No, I think they can be both, because ICT services can go beyond just the internet. Yeah, so we can say connect everyone to, is it ICT services?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Or connect everyone to the internet. But actually, the internet is a facility to get to those services. So.
Okay. But I think the more detailed, the better. Maybe we'll take one more point and then we can move along to the key commitments and pledges. Thank you. Yes, that would be really helpful.
Yes, my contribution goes to the public institutions. I also want us to add the military barracks and police stations, because internet, you can easily, with these cyber criminals and many other things, once those people have access to Wi-Fi, then there'll be people who will be monitoring some of the activity that is happening online, and that might pose a threat to the security of the country. So including the military and police stations, I think that would also be very good.
Thank you for that point. We have a point over here. All right. Okay, and then we'll move to the back.
Assalamu alaikum. I have a question. The question is, if we say connect all people to the internet, including all schools, is there
Mm-hmm. 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 That's a great point, but I think we can just use the language of universal. So instead of connect everyone to ICT services, we can say universal access to ICT services, because universal will include everyone. So instead of connect everyone, just universal access. Thank you for that point. Maybe we'll take the last point here and then we can progress to the next one.
No, I just wanted clarification from Pons, because my understanding, Pons, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the core principles probably would be, let's say we're looking at universality, equality, accessibility, because there's also B talks about key commitment, pledges, and actions. So my assumption is, let's say you say the first point, universality or accessibility or affordability, whichever one it is, then on the key commitments or pledges or actions, you say all public institutions should have this. So meaning towards ensuring that the core principle of universality is met, this is what the commitment we're making in this forum. I don't know whether that's my understanding of it. So I'm not sure whether, yeah.
So that point is well taken. Now, how would you phrase the core? What's the core principle? Not both of them, Teres. I think she meant one of them, correct?
So you can probably say, like, for the first principle, you can say accessibility, equality, not equality, affordability, or universality. So then you'd have commitments under that. That's just a suggestion. So people can suggest.
Okay, so accessibility, affordability was the second one she said. And universality, just 3 points, and then we can. So inclusivity is another. So accessibility, affordability. Okay. I think that's accessibility. That's under accessibility. So, so yes, accessibility, and then we said also, what was it? Universality, which is, well, yeah, universality. I suppose that's different. That's unique. Universality. Yep. Yep. And then inclusivity. Yes. Please.
Universal accessibility is 3 components.
Okay. Reliability then. We can add that as a core principle. Okay, so that gives us at least 5 core principles and then 2 commitments that we have. We can always revisit, so we can go to the next point and then we will be able to revisit later. So Therese, if we scroll down, maybe check the chat before we scroll down. So yes, it was. So we can proceed to the second one and then we can always revisit the points collectively. So that was on connecting all people to the internet, including schools. So we scroll down, Therese. No problem. So the second point is to avoid internet fragmentation, and we'll approach it in the same way. What are the core principles and fragmentation? Not having walls in the internet, like you are a premium subscriber to something versus a non-premium subscriber, just to draw an analogy. So yes, I don't think we have to keep it at a number. We can just maybe have something in each, and when we revisit, it might have us go revisit some of them again. So I think just to move to the avoiding internet fragmentation, is there a core principle there that you want to consider? I think we had more than 50%. Yes, the gentleman there, just to your left. Equity, okay, that's a good one. So as a core principle, Teres, we have equity. Okay. Is there transparency is a good one, yes? Do we have a third core principle? Okay, so I think we are satisfied with 2 just for now. And what are the key commitments, pledges, or actions?
Yes.
I'm hearing somebody. Anyone want to intervene? Okay, and that might have been a glitch in the access to information. It's a commitment. Oh, is it which one? Freedom or access? Okay, so freedom / access to information then. Is there another key commitment or pledge we are making to avoid internet fragmentation? Okay. Maybe we can revisit that. Maybe people can have a chance to think about what they might want there. But again, it's just avoiding internet fragmentation, walls going online that prevent people from accessing certain information or whatever service that we're looking at digitally. So as they put it, tendency to create some virtual walls in the internet to separate people. How do we avoid that? And we're saying we're going to have equity and transparency, particularly through freedom of access to information. Okay, so another commitment. Yes. So that's international cooperation. Okay, so we add the commitment to cooperate internationally. So international cooperation. International cooperation, I suppose. Strengthening, okay, that's a better way to put it. Strengthening the international cooperation. Okay. Is there any other item for the second point? Okay, I think we're satisfied with those two. So, Teres, while you're doing that, the third one is on data protection or protecting data. I think this one we might have a lot to say here. So, what are the core principles? What are the core principles for data protection? Okay, so. Okay. Human rights. Is there another contribution there for data protection? National security, okay. National security. A third point. Trust is a core principle, okay. Do you want to expand trust in what way? Like for who, or trust in the systems, or? Okay, so we can say, yeah, we can add accountability, but trust and accountability. How about that? Trust and accountability. So that's the third one. Trust / accountability, or and, Teres. And then we had a comment just behind you, Pons, the lady right there. Yes? Okay, that was the word. Great. So we have 3 core principles. I think that's fine. Or we have another one, yes? Sorry, say that again. An act. Okay, policy. So just core principles would be policy. Policy, what do we say? We just say policy protection, or policy what, Mr. Drame? Maybe you can help us here. Okay, and the actions. That's a good point. That's a good point. So, Teres, maybe the last point on policy intervention or something can go in the key commitments. So the first key commitment will be policy interventions. No problem. Yes. Is there another key commitment on data protection? We said ensuring human rights, national security, trust and accountability, and the key commitment is policy intervention. Anything else? Data classification. Mm-hmm. Okay, you already. In the act itself. So maybe we can not delete it, but put it as a parenthesis. So after policy intervention, you can just move it to the first line as a parenthesis, so that we know that it's part of. No, not first, just policy interventions, and then parentheses. And yeah, yeah, bracket, and then we can have what we. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I see. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. It's on the regulatory side. Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I think then it matches is what he's trying to say. So it's cross-cutting, right? Thank you for that. So is there anything else on data protection as a key commitment? Okay, maybe we'll just take the comment and then go back to you. So the comment is to create programs to educate people on data protection and how to roam the internet safely. So this is on training. So providing training on data protection. Maybe it's just one way to say it. Thank you, Ditya. So providing training on data protection. You had a comment in the back there? That's the one? Okay, fantastic. Okay. Okay, so training, providing data protection training and advocacy. That works. Okay. So then we can move on to the fourth one, which we voted in favor of. I think at first we were against and then we voted for. So that's to apply human rights online. And so do we have core principles for applying human rights online? For applying human rights online, core principles. And then we'll go. Okay, maybe then that's who she's pointing to. So over to you. Yes. With the...
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Well, I believe there should be equality and non-discrimination.
Okay. Yeah.
And also indivisibility.
Indivisibility.
Yeah, in the sense that like our status, like human beings are indivisible. Like our status, everything should be the same. It doesn't matter whether this one is above this one or the other. So like there should be equality among us when it comes online. And
equality will capture that one, the indivisibility. So equality is a good first core principle. Is there? Do you say the second word equality and not invisible? Pardon? Non-discrimination. Okay. Are you hesitating on that one or? Yeah. Maybe we put it on the same line as equality because yeah, just maybe another bracket and then or yeah, like that. Yeah, that's fine as well. Any other thoughts? I think yes, we had a hand. Internet bullying. Maybe that can be a commitment or action to like preventing internet bullying. Yeah, you can just put that there. So preventing cyberbullying or however else we want to put it. Is there any core principle or commitment, pledge, action that we want to note? Yes, all the way in the back. Say that again, please. Okay, so inclusive access as a core principle. Do we have a third? It seems okay in the chat. Okay, so we have 2 core principles. I hear a voice here. As a core principle, express. Okay, can you explain a bit more? Mm-hmm.
Express themselves freely
Yeah.
on the internet.
So we say freedom of expression, then that would be
An association, yes.
Okay. So freedom of expression and association, Teres. So we have 3 core principles for applying human rights online. Besides prevention of cyberbullying, is there another commitment, pledge, or action we can take for applying human rights online? Yes. Since this was a very debated point, maybe just one we'll have to do for now. We can always revisit Teres, so we can scroll down. 5, somebody will have to help me. I don't think we checked off 5. Can we confirm that? This is accountability for discrimination and misleading content. We checked it off because we know we had 2 that we did not. But anyway, let's go through this one first. Accountability for discrimination and misleading content. Is there any core principles there? Others as well, if you have thoughts. Yes. Yes. Okay. Authenticity of what? Yeah. Mhm. 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 Okay.
To be Ministry of Information and Communication. For example, if let's say a website is cloned, I'm just giving an example, and then somebody puts misinformation on it, and then people really believe that this is really from the ministry. That's one aspect. The other aspect could be through journalism itself. Somebody reports an information which is not authentic. So I think authenticity is very important as a core principle, ensuring authenticity of information.
Okay, so we add first the policy, policy intervention
the
again,
accuracy,
and
or
then
the
we add
accuracy or
the
authenticity.
authenticity of information. I mean, we'll find a way to put it, because there's a word that's playing in my head, but I can't quite spit it out. But we can say policy interventions first, because that was what the lady there was saying. Online content?
Content litigation.
Okay. Because, so we have a counter here, because?
Freedom of expression issues. The moment you said litigation is this can always be the track record is that government always weaponize this, and the way they weaponize it is that the fact is that when it comes to misinformation and disinformation, the government is the biggest perpetrator. That's a fact. But when they always end up weaponizing this, and they go after their opponents and everything. So the moment you put litigation there, they weaponize it and they go after their opponents or people who speaks against speaks against them. So that's why it's always a no-go area when it comes to access to information, freedom of information issues, not to criminalize it or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe what we'll say, since this point is contested, let's find a way to turn it into a commitment, pledge, or action, so it's not a core principle.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay. So
I think that is good.
Yeah, we have to find a way, but we'll revisit that point. Maybe you're on the same point. Over to you in the yellow in the back.
Those online.
So I think one of the core principles that we can look at here is in terms of with respect to accuracy, ensuring that content that is placed online is accurate, and then part of the commitments would be I don't know whether we can have softwares or fact checkers, because I know on other platforms they have fact checkers.
Can you add that as a pledge or commitment action?
Yes, so maybe the core principle can just look, instead for misleading content, it can be like accuracy.
Having fact.
Discrimination, I'm still trying to put the idea into words, so I'll let you know at once.
No problem.
For core principles for discrimination online.
So I think we still have that one point we need to revisit collectively on the litigation aspect / the way we're phrasing the reliability and authenticity. So for now, maybe just for the sake of time, we'll put reliability and authenticity as a core principle. And then maybe when Poncelet is cleaning it up, by then we would have thought of a word. So reliability and authenticity of information for now. And then later on, maybe we can just find a nicer way. So let's put reporting and fact checking, because I think he was saying there's an element of being able to report. Okay.
Government to always proactively disclose information also, because if the information is available on time, then it's very difficult for people to spin it or give out wrong information about it.
So would you say the core principle is freedom of access to information?
Yeah.
Okay, so Teres, let's add that as a core principle, freedom of access to information. Oops, the line has to, there we go. Freedom of access to information, and that will give us 3 core principles here as well, of access to information. Okay, we have, just check the chat and then we'll move to 2 comments here and here. Just maybe we'll see what the chat says. Okay, so that was the reliability. So it's on there. We can confirm that it's on there. Integrity. So then that will be reliability on authenticity, and then maybe in bracket you can put integrity, because it's very related to those 2 points. So yes, maybe you first and then we'll go to the back. Yes? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see that point, definitely. I agree. The language, the language is not, the language. So, the language has to change. I didn't see that going up. But, pardon? Yes, it's added. It's on the core principle. But the language, Teres, is what we're saying. Fight against misinformation. Maybe we'll take the comment in the back and that will get us thinking. But we need to find a different language. So maybe a mic all the way to the back.
Sorry, I want to make a comment on the previous one, the one that is about, I think, is it online safety online?
Which?
Yes. Human rights online. For core principles, we should add children's right and social justice.
Children's life. Because we have non-discrimination. So non-discrimination will include non-discrimination to children, women, the disabled, differently abled, that category. So that will include that. But what was the second one? The children's rights?
Social justice.
Yeah, so equality, non-discrimination. Maybe we can add social justice as a line on its own, but the non-discrimination will capture the children. So social justice quickly, and then we can go back to...
Animal right also is important.
But animals don't access the internet.
No, they do in Nyomi.
In Nyomi, okay. For... No, it was just a joke. We'll find a way to come back to the Nyomi.
If Ismail Ajawara is here, he will attest to that.
So it's this language that, ladies and gentlemen, we have to reconcile. Fight against misinformation. That the word is very pronounced. Fight. Maybe we can say maybe government. Pardon? Yeah. Okay. Maybe regulation, and then maybe in bracket we can put fight against discrimination, because that language is a bit... What's that?
Landed friend is speaking.
That's why regulation, legislation, and all of that is not really advisable, because then but then the government takes it to now come up with restrictions on people's participation or freedom of information on the internet. So we tried. It is advisable not to use regulation or legislation. Maybe raise awareness or something else.
Okay.
Also, in terms of
1 second.
discrimination, maybe we can say promote or protect against threats of discrimination, and I think there's cyberbullying somewhere else, but we can, on the key commitment, we can sort of protect from threats of discrimination, online discrimination,
Okay, so let's add protect. That is cyberbullying, but in another category. So that is cyberbullying, but we can add it again. Maybe just put cyberbullying, sure. And then when you guys fill in the text, you can add all of the meaning. But we can add cyberbullying here, and then in parentheses maybe protecting against discrimination, like all forms of discrimination. Sorry. Maybe Mr. Drama, you can come in while she types that. Cyberbullying.
Yes.
Protecting against all forms of discrimination. Yes.
Yeah, I think not in all countries, though, let's say, law enforcers take advantage against, sector players. It's very common, but not in all countries.
That's true.
So, but at least it is needed. Regulation is needed to ensure compliance, because when you look at it, it is also in the interest of consumers and other people that utilize such services. If you don't have the regulation, it's like everyone is free to do whatever they want to do. And eventually, maybe not government would be affected, but it's going to be the ordinary people that are going to be affected. Like cyberbullying could be there, affecting an individual. But now, if you don't have regulation, how do you seek redress and such things? So it's very important to have that at least. But again, not to go exercise or let's say apply excessive powers. And discriminate people.
So I think, I have been neutral all along, but given what we've seen just globally, I think there is a point to do that, because things like hate speech, for example, we've seen it in Myanmar, we've seen it in the US, we've seen it in Lebanon, where Facebook people can create a group and start creating hate against a certain group. So just for the fact that we have seen something not too different in Gambia, we do need something along these lines. And that is a caution I have to agree with Mr. Drame on. Because the absence of any kind of regulation is just anarchy, really, and we've seen that in many, many countries. So it's about maybe qualifying the word, so we can say, but basically like hate speech or anything like that. If we cyberbullying is more like on individuals, but this is against ethnic groups. When we talk about ethnic kind of crimes, these things can be perpetrated online. Okay. So then let's add then hate speech. So preventing hate speech, Teres, as a key commitment, then that will cover that, because that will be something that you can use to create violence against entire ethnic groups, and that is something we don't want in Gambia as well. Okay, so we have four on these. Maybe we can move to the next point, maybe last point, and then we proceed, yes?
Yes, concerning there also, the government have to look at remove the content.
Yes.
Correct something that is not fit for public consumption.
Yes.
And the government there can remove the content.
Yeah.
Facebook, Twitter, or whatever, they can remove it. That's one method.
Yes.
And the other method could be maybe to block some sort of.
Sure.
Because you could remember during the dictatorship, you have an online freedom newspaper.
Yes.
When they write certain content against the government is not happy. They can't block people or criminalize people for going there. But what they do is they make sure that if you want to go directly to Google to search it, then you cannot able to see it.
Access the content, yeah.
It means to prevent youth or large number of people
Okay.
from accessing the content.
Okay.
So government have that tool.
Okay.
The moment you want to say, okay, let's put some form of a regulation,
Mhm.
then the government can abuse it by saying, okay, what
Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. So we've refrained. No, but we've refrained from the language regulation. Let's check the chat as well. We've refrained from that language. I don't know where this might fit, but we should pledge to sign and ratify the Malabo Convention, which addresses most of the cyber crimes. Okay, so we can put cyberbullying, protecting against all forms of discrimination, and ratifying Malabo Convention. So there, and ratifying. Okay, Malabo Convention. Malabo. Convention. So we can close the chat. And we'll move to the next point, which is the regulation of artificial intelligence. Core principles there. Regulation of artificial intelligence. Any core principles we wish to identify?
Use of biometric data for surveillance purposes.
Okay. Well, we'll put that as a key commitment. Not using biometric data for surveillance. Not using biometric data for surveillance. Any other contribution here? Is it a core principle? Yes. That's a good one. Data protection and privacy for surveillance purposes. So the core principle is data protection and privacy. Any other contribution? Yes, in the back. Okay. So public sector policy development. Public sector policy development. Any other? The chat. While the chat is going on, please just think about the point on consumer protection as a principle. Okay, sure. It's consumer protection. Is there any other contribution for core principles or key commitments, pledges, and actions on regulation of artificial intelligence? Okay, I think then we are happy with that. When you're done, there's none. So we can proceed to the next section. Teres, please. I think we skipped 7 and 8, if I'm not wrong. Those were the two. Yeah, so we go next. Any other comments? I think maybe when we save it, Ponce will be able to go in there. But generally, if there's any comments we want to note here or on the Global Digital Compact, I'll proceed while we think about that. And then the rest is just two really survey type of questions. So I think what we'll do, Teres, maybe you can go back, save it, and then later maybe you can just disconnect and you and Ponce can fill in the fine line. We should just submit? Yes, just a quick recap of this page, because the first page we already know. So just maybe, okay, we can start on the first page as well. Yes. So we've checked 6 out of the 8 areas that we would like to commit. We'll read them on the second page, but the 2 we left out are digital commons as a global public good and then other areas. So on the next page, I'll be able to go into detail. No problem. So that was all just...
Hadija, you know your focal point. Confirm your email is correct.
Okay, so we can scroll down all the way to the bottom, please. We can scroll down again, please. Yes, so we've covered this. I read that out. We can go to the next page and I'll go into detail there. So here on the on the principles that we chose, or rather on the areas that we chose, the first one was connect all people to the internet, including schools. Our core principles were 4. We said accessibility, affordability, universality, and Teres, please help me there. Last one. Inclusivity and reliability. So we had 5 core principles. For key actions, pledges, and commitments, we said all public institutions, including hospitals, schools, military barracks, and police stations, should have Wi-Fi. We also said that there should be universal access to ICT services. Then the second area was to avoid internet fragmentation. We had two core principles, equity and transparency. For key commitments, pledges, and actions, we said freedom of access to information and strengthening international cooperation. Then the third area was to protect data. For the core principles, we had three, ensuring human rights, national security, and trust and accountability. For the key commitments, pledges, and actions, we had two, policy interventions, including data classification for national security and providing data protection training and advocacy. For applying human rights online, we had, I believe, four, equity and non-discrimination. We also said inclusive access, freedom of expression and association, and social justice. How we are going to do that is by preventing cyberbullying online. We have a hand. Okay, that's a very good point. So preventing hate speech. Okay, so that's a good point. And then we proceed. The fifth area was on accountability for discrimination and misleading content. The core principles were three, policy intervention, just generic and general, reliability and authenticity with a bit of integrity, and also freedom of access to information. For the key commitments, pledges, and actions, we had reporting and fact-checking, raising awareness on misinformation and disinformation, cyberbullying, protecting against all forms of discrimination and ratifying the Malabo Convention, and finally preventing hate speech again here. For the sixth area, we had regulation of artificial intelligence, and the core principles were three, data protection and privacy, public sector policy development, and consumer protection. Finally, on the key commitment, we had not using biometric data for surveillance purposes. That is all we had. I don't think we have one or two. So, personal data protection, we can to put it that way. Personal data protection. And then in the back, one comment. Say that again, please. Identifying the. Okay. 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 Okay, does that work? Ethical use of artificial intelligence. I think that says it in a quick way. Yeah? So, Teres, let's write that as a commitment. Ethical use of artificial intelligence. Yes, in the back? Okay. Covers it, right? Ethical use. So, yeah, that I agree. It covers it as well. And then Mr. Drama, and then we'll have. Well, we haven't heard from you, so you first, and then Mr. Drama. What do you mean inter what? Sorry? I'm not following. Well, AI is already intelligent. So if we say that we're being redundant, so we have to say fairness in AI systems. So like not discriminating. Okay, so non-discrimination. I guess we can add that. So ensuring non-discrimination. Ensuring non-discrimination is a good way to put it. And then Mr. Drama? Okay. Okay. Ensuring non-discrimination, and then finally privacy by design. Okay. So now we've had personal data protection, ethical use of artificial intelligence, ensuring non-discrimination, privacy by design, and finally should be okay. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, but then we are satisfied with it being. So data protection and privacy is there. I see what you mean. And privacy by design, okay, is then how we're putting it more specific. Maybe another point. Okay. Mm-hmm. So you're saying the issue of safety, right? To be able to turn it off at some point or switch it off or end the system. So I think people here, the general consensus is to avoid the word regulation. So we'll say maybe ensuring safety. Yeah. So not like only privacy, but safety by design as well. I think, Teres, we can add that. Safety as a default. I think having safety as a default just to maintain the preference. So there was one other comment and then we can proceed. Yes? Okay, so maybe we'll add that as another commitment. So say that one more time for Teres to tell. So Teres, development of control. 1 second. So do you want to type that in? Then development of, I've lost the train of thought once again. One more time. Okay. Development of controlled policy solution. Oh, control problem solutions. Problem. Okay. Problem. Solutions. S, yeah, for AI. Yeah, with R. Okay, so for AI now we have ensure non-discrimination, privacy by design, safety as a default, and development of control problem solutions for AI. So we can now proceed to the next page. Oh, we have actually now we have two more on top. Not using biometric data for surveillance purposes, personal data protection, and then on the core principles, just a reminder, is data protection and privacy, public sector policy development, and consumer protection. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes, if you buy an artificial on something,
Mm-hmm.
then the user have the control or regulator to say you can do this, can't do this, and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Tailor-made it to what you want.
I don't, that one I'm struggling with because I think that is more like a purchase preference. So if you purchase something, you purchase it based on the services you want included. Consumer protection, right. So being able to have the preference to choose is also a protection for the consumer. So Heidi, did you have a point or? Yes. So let's use the mic, please. Thank you.
Surveillance sometimes is actually needed. It's justified sometimes when it comes to security issues, whether it's terrorists, criminals, or certain things. They need to be surveilled and everything. So if we say that not, it should not be used at all, then it becomes a problem because sometimes it has to be used.
Okay, so instead of not using it, authorized use. How about authorized? So let's say not using, Teres, if we can edit that text to say, the first line on key commitment. So only authorized use. So maybe we can qualify it with an only authorized use of biometric data for surveillance purposes. And in that case, we'll know that it's, either by law or something along those lines of, there we go. So I think that exhausts the AI section. I don't see any other hands, so we can hit next. So we're going back to this point. Is there any comment on the Global Digital Compact? We've heard what it is about, and we've seen the areas they're focusing on. Is there any comment we would like to note?
I would say the comment I will put there.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on.
Yes, it's on. So the comment there should be, it was a consultative process, both in-person participants and online participants took part within our 8th National Internet Governance Forum. Okay, okay.
Yeah, that it was in person and it was at a forum. Yes, we did. We did.
You put it was in person and online.
Yeah,
okay. So Neil.
So okay.
Or does anybody want to add any comment? And please, people should note that this UN Digital Compact, even though this is a consultative process and is the Gambian stakeholders in the Internet Governance Forum process that made this submission, if you have your own individual submission, if you feel strong about something, just type UN Global Impact Submission on Google. You can make your individual submission, and everything will be analyzed. So we had consensus on most of these things we selected, but if you want your own individual submission so that the UN will look at it, and please feel free to do it, because it will be Mr. X's own submission. You know, because everybody has his own preference, and maybe a lot of people that do individual submission might also submit that. So please just know that this is a consultative process from Gambia IGF, but you can make your own individual submission in your name, or as people will say, in your government name. Thank you.
Thank you, Poncelet. So we'll leave that blank, and then the last two questions I think are for you and your planning team on whether or not you want to be included in emails. So just tick yes, please, Teres, and would you like to submit additional documentation? Maybe you can say yes, save it, and then the report for this can also go on there if you would like. The communique that you guys prepare at the end of it, but I leave that to you to decide. So is any document readily available, or would you like to just say no at this point? To share upload anything?
No, she will upload later.
Okay. So Teres, maybe if you're going to upload later.
Submit now.
Okay, so hit no, because if you hit yes, it will ask you to submit it. So you have to hit no, and then you can submit survey. Okay, it does. So you can say yes, and then you can share it. Maybe you can note that, take a screenshot and note the email. Or Ponce, if you have that.
Yeah,
you have that email? So perfect. And it's just noting to do it in PDF, huh? So we can submit the survey. All right, fantastic. Thank you everyone for taking part. Poncelet and Teres, I hand back over to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Umar. I think we thank Mr. Umar Jan for taking from his busy schedule with what's the great work you are doing at the UNDP Accelerator Lab in Gambia to chair this session. I think this is very important. We do this now. We have only 2 more things to go. I now call on the panel for cybersecurity to come on board. We have Mr. Sanusi Drame from the Ministry of Communication and Digital Security. He's the government focal point on cybersecurity in the Gambia. He should come on board. We have Mr. Amadou Eba, the president of the Cybersecurity Alliance, should come on board. We have Mr. Babuka Sise. Mr. Babuka Sise, please, he should come. Shao Gambia, he should come on board. And we have our in-house, I call our in-house lawyer committed to IGF, Ami Toure, to come on board. So that is the full panel for this last session. Then we go into Teres and Madeline. Please start preparing for the draft communique. We are going to 1:45, so I hope this session finishes well, so that we go into the draft communique, and because we want to close at 2:30 and go for lunch and go home. I know a lot of people, you can see this particular session took time on the digital compact process. So please, Babuka Sise of Shao, I think Babuka Sise of Shao. Okay. Okay, Mr. Babuka Sise is here. So, thank you very much. Apologies, Demba Akande from the University of Gambia, who is to moderate this session, he's not here. So, my humble self, Ponslate, will step in to moderate this last session. Thank you, our panelists. I think we should all clap for ourselves because we have female participants in all panels. So we have been very gender, and Yami, thank you for even joining a session yesterday to fill in for a participant that was not here. I think we have been very, even though a lot of people from the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy are attending the International Telecommunication Union Conference going on in Kigali, and also staying over for the Commonwealth meetings of head of states. We are very appreciative of the fact that we have Mr. Sanusi Drame from the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. This is the first IGF that we are using that acronym. We have been dealing with MOCDE. The Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy is a dedicated ministry now. So we now know we have a dedicated ministry, and cybersecurity is a key issue for us as we build a digital economy. Whether you are in Koina, whether you are in Fatoto, whether you are in Nyomi or Bara, if I'll take an example, and I will let Sanusi to come in. If you go by road, in a lot of cases, sometimes data are collected at the borders. They take your name, they take your number, different data. It's approximated that over 100,000 people daily cross from Bara to Dakar, in and out, or going on the North Bank to villages around that area. How, even our ferry services, right now you can go to ferries.gm, you can buy you can check online when the train is going. I mean, I say train, ferry, when it's going, and stuff like that. Ferries.gm, they also have an app. But how secured are the data? Or if something happens, what data do they collect? Is it just, you are just buying a ticket with no name? God forbid disaster happens. How will they know who is on the ferry and stuff like that, and all this information? So coming from the point of view of government, Mr. Sanusi, what do you think in terms of the cybersecurity bill we have that protects Gambians from the government level in terms of cybersecurity?
Thank you very much, Pons, a champion for ICT in our country. And I really appreciate the effort that he invests and time to make sure that such fora are in place. And at his invitation, I would never hesitate to come. So coming back to his question, of course, there are issues regarding cybersecurity, and it's prevalent, and it is something that he has highlighted because cybersecurity is a very important thing to ensure that the data, the information systems, the assets that are online are protected so that they don't fall into the wrong hands, including data that is relevant or connected to our personal information or our privacy. The government of the Gambia, through the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, formerly known as Ministry of Information and Communication Infrastructure, over the years has been relentlessly putting up efforts in order to strengthen cybersecurity. So one of the first things that we have done was to ensure that in our national development blueprint, which is the National Development Plan, which has phased out, and we are looking forward to formulating a successor plan, which is the Recovery Focused National Development Plan. In the previous National Development Plan, ICT was a critical enabler. Out of 7 enablers, it was critical enabler 5, which envisioned making the Gambia a digital nation and a modern information society. This time around, we want to ensure that ICT is a priority, not just a critical enabler, but a priority, the recovery focus NDP. So work is being currently done to ensure that that NDP covers that. Now, coming back to the previous NDP again, cybersecurity is one of the measures to achieve that critical enabler 5. It's one of the measures to achieve the outcome of critical enabler 5s. And that is to strengthen cybersecurity. And this has been divided into 3 components. The first thing is to ensure that the protection of people and businesses, to also formulate a national cybersecurity strategy, and to ensure that you have a cybersecurity, computer security and incident response team established. So the people and entities involves building the capacity of law enforcement and personnel to fight against cyber threats online. So far, our Ministry of Information and Communication Infrastructure has been able to achieve the establishment of a computer security and incident response team together in partnership with PURA, that is the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. We have also succeeded in formulating a national cybersecurity strategy. We started with a policy, strategy, and action plan. This is to guide government on its commitments together with stakeholders, and also to identify the roles and responsibilities of each of these stakeholders and how they can coordinate cybersecurity, and also to intervene in areas that are lacking based on assessments that were previously done before the formulation of the strategy. That has been done, and now we are at a stage of implementation of this national cybersecurity strategy. And as part of the implementation of this strategy, this is where the question would address Ponce's, this is where I will address Ponce's question. The Ministry of Information and Communication Infrastructure is coming up with a cybercrime bill, a comprehensive one, because the existing Information and Communication Act of 2009 has provisions of cybercrime, but they are not very much comprehensive. So we can go ahead and enforce that, but again, there are gaps. So where we stand today is we have formulated a cybercrime bill, which is at the level of the ministry from Ministry of Justice after review, and we are working on a cabinet paper to submit it to cabinet, and then for onward transmission to the National Assembly for enactment. So we believe if this cybercrime bill, when passed into law, this would help government to enforce, some of its commitments, and also to hold accountable those perpetrators who attack government infrastructure, as well as the responsibility of critical information infrastructure owners to comply. Now, the compliance of the critical information infrastructure entities, that has to come into the Information and Communication Act, because the cybercrime bill does not address that compliance. Now, the Information and Communication Act of 2009 is also being reviewed as we speak, and with the recommendation of including critical information infrastructure provisions in it. So this would help us to enforce. So let's say, for example, if the border posts, the biometric systems are considered or designated as critical infrastructure entities, they will be giving a baseline of protection by the regulator, and they have to meet that baseline. So if they do not comply, now the law will take its effect to hold them accountable. So in short, this is the answer for the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanusi, for giving us that very good remark on what government is doing. And I think it is critical we look at what is happening. Everything is going digital. Nobody here didn't work online. Some people were going only online maybe sometimes once a month to check email prior to 2020, before COVID. But when COVID hit, everybody knew that
Thank you very much for that question, Pons. And I think that question is very pertinent or relevant, considering the fact that I'll just say, from the African point of view, most of the time we tend just to generalize and not really focus on some of the issues that impede or act as barriers to access for women and girls. And we know that we can't really talk about digital transformation and the digital economy if 50% of our populace is left behind. And this has a very this is very pertinent when it comes to bridging the digital divide. You can't bridge the digital divide if you do not first address the gender divide. And in the Gambia, for instance, we see a lot of issues that constitute barriers or constitute barriers or are challenges for women and girls to participate in the digital space. Some of them are financial, which we all agree. Some of them are mainly the online harassment, the cyberbullying, and the cybercrime that actually happens online. You'd see some people would say, I would not go online, or I'll not do this online because of A, B, and C. And for us, I think it would be important that the government in working on the cybercrime bill and raising awareness in terms of cybersecurity, to include some of these issues, to come up with policies that would address some of these challenges, but also recognize the fact that we do have tech gender-based violence or online gender-based violence, and that they need to come up with specific measures in addressing some of these issues. Because, like I said, the issues that affect women and girls are unique in nature. So I think it is very, very pertinent that the legislation does not only look at, okay, we're protecting people's data, we're criminalizing certain acts online, but then going further to address the violence and the threats and the intimidation that women and girls face by accessing online platforms or participating online. I think it's also very important that in doing so that the government does a special consultation with women groups, We have a lot of gender groups that are working on sexual and gender-based violence. And like I said, the issues that we face as women and girls participating online is completely different. So I'm sorry, looking at it from a male perspective or men's lenses, you can't really understand some of these issues. So I think it would be very important, Sanusi, in your consultations before the bill is actually finalized, that these are things that are addressed, because there would be no point in coming up with a cybercrime legislation when there's a huge gap that is not really taken care of. And like I said earlier, we cannot really have digital transformation. We cannot really bridge the digital divide if a part of a population is left behind. And I think yesterday, as part of the sessions that we had, Annette did mention that during some of the events they had up country, some women have raised concerns about the fact that they're not really now open, or they're not willing to go online or participate in online discussions or online platforms because of issues that they face, threats that they have faced, and all of that. So I think it's very important that this is taken on board. You recognize tech, gender, or online gender-based violence, and also work with on organizations that already work on these issues, so that provisions can be included to criminalize some of these acts and provide remedies for the victims of some of these acts. Thank you.
Thank you, Yami. I think that gender inclusiveness is necessary in this consultative process, and I hope the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, I trust Sanusi, he's a man of his word, that they will look during this consultation process what is going on. I will now call on Mr. Babuka Sise from Shao Gambia. They have been doing a lot of outreach. Most of the outreach they do focus on women, and I would like to see how he looks at Shao Gambia in their interventions in making sure they are involved in this process of this consultative process with the on the cybersecurity crime bill, and if they have any plans in working with the legislative arm, because we have an ICT committee in the National Assembly, and overall their engagement with our line ministry, Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. Over to you, Mr. Sise.
Okay, thank you so much, Pons. The work we do at SHAO focuses mainly on women and girls. And right now, presently, we have this feminism on social media in the eyes of the Gambia. It's a project that seeks to address the online cyberbullying, the gender-based violence. And from our work, we've noticed that in the Gambia, we don't have laws, in fact. If you get traumatized or bullied online, there's nowhere that I can take you to for you to be prosecuted or anything. So I think him mentioning that they are reviewing a cybercrime bill, I think it needs to be inclusive. You need to bring together all relevant stakeholders, not just take it from a government perspective, because you cannot solve my problem without really knowing how it affects me. And that's why in our work presently, we're going to the communities, meeting the people, and conducting surveys, asking them questions of what they've been through online. Some of them have been traumatized. They need therapy. And we realize that it affects their mental health and their productivity. If you do not have access to the internet, it limits your productivity. The internet is a tool that can be used to improve lives of people and their livelihood. If you feel it becomes a space where you're traumatized, where you're sidelined, where you're marginalized, you tend to stay away from there. And that's not the reason why the internet was developed. In conducting these surveys, you find out that people don't even know of cyberbullying. Okay, the problem is there, but people do not know it's there unless you point it out to them, give them examples. Okay, such and such happened to this and this, and that's when they understand. So I think we also need to raise awareness. We need to raise awareness and morals especially. We Gambian men have a problem. We have a stalking problem. We go online, look at profile pictures, send disturbing messages. I mean, if somebody is not interested in talking to you, she's not interested in talking to you. That's just it. And I'm going further. We do plan to work with the legislative arm of the government. We've already met with the police. We're trying to involve them in this project. Not just promises, empty promises, but things that will be done. And in doing this policy memo, we are working with other organizations as well, female organizations. We have the Female Lawyers Association of the Gambia. We have WIL, and we intend to work with this organization for psychosocial support because it's really needed. So please make your process inclusive, and we'd like to also extend our hand to the Ministry of Communication in the long run, hopefully.
Sanusi, before I come to Mr. Amaduba, because I know when we talk of cybersecurity in the Gambia and everything, the first thing that comes up is the Cybersecurity Alliance, GCSA. They are now known, you know, but we have other players that are involved in the process that work at grassroots level, like Shao Gambia and everything. Do you know of Shao Gambia, Sanusi, which are the stakeholders presently in your consultative process, same from what Army has listed that you are working with? And is there any online consultative forum, just like the UN Global Compact, that people can submit feedback, organizations, individuals? I would just like to hear your perspective based on what Mr. Citi has said.
Thank you very much, Pons, for that question. Actually, this is the first time I came to know about Shao Gambia, and it's a pleasure. Honestly, what they're doing, I would really encourage them to continue that. Actually, whenever we go about formulating policies, legal, whether it's legislation or whether it is regulation, the government of the Gambia, concerned from my point of view, through the Ministry of Information, Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, always ensures it is inclusive. The problem is we cannot, at the very onset, we cannot involve each and every individual. That's impractical. But we involve civil society organizations based on their speciality for the particular area that we are working on. For example, we have been involving the Gambia Bar Association as well as the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance on multiple occasions. From the civil society organization, we have also been involved in some private institutions as well as government. So we ensure that you have civil society, private, public institutions, and in some cases academia when we are formulating policies. So Shao Gambia is, I just came to know about it, but I will take note of it so that in successive or subsequent initiatives we can ensure that they are also included. And then the other issue is, do we use platforms like Compact, what Compact is using? That is why some of these events are so important, because you get to learn from it. For me, it's a give and take. When I come, I share information, but I also listen and I observe, and and there are takeaways. So this is a good takeaway. What we, at the ministry level, what we do is we invite these people as part of a committee or kind of a task force to review documents from the ground level upwards. You know, before formulation, we constitute the committee, and then when there is a draft, we all look at, we scrutinize, we have meetings, we go back and forth. Me and my friend Amadou here, they have been part of some of the groups, and sometimes it's you know, you can see the debate, you know, before we come to a conclusion on or make a decision. So As for the website, we've been doing that a lot regarding the policies and national and the strategies. We have shared them for public comments before validation of those documents. We have done that, especially the cybersecurity one. I can fully recall. We shared it for public comments. We got some public comments, and then some of those comments were filtered and included in the strategy before validating, and also for the cybercrime bill to some extent, yes, that was done. In fact, and also we had international consultations with experts like Council of Europe, the Global Action on Cybersecurity Extended, called the GLACY Plus project, and then the EU and several other experts, Commonwealth. They looked at some of our legal documents to ensure that they are in line with best practice. However, whilst ensuring they are in line with best practice, we have to also ensure they are in line with the interests of the country. So this is the balance. So this is what we are doing. What this web form whereby you ask questions regarding their take on and submit certain comments. We have never done that before. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. One thing I will tell you people, those of you who might not be used to Mr. Sanusi Drame, anything you want to know about cybersecurity, Gambian government position, he's always open to questions. He always writes on it on LinkedIn. So follow him on LinkedIn. Just look for Mr. Sanusi Drame. Follow him on LinkedIn. If you want to see stuff that they do, it's all there. Go to the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. They have updated their web portal, so you'll now see something like mod.gov.gm. There's a lot of policy documents there, because one thing we failed to do in Gambia, especially for young people, we don't check policy documents and we just come out and make statements, and even on budgetary allocation. I'll give an example. I always tell my staff, what do they do in December? In December, the first thing I do, immediately government starts with the budget, I'm always hitting the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs website, because you see everything there. So when you want to intervene, whether you're civil society, whether you are business and everything, you'll see like there's no secret. We have $45 million on digitization from the World Bank. If you ask Hadija Jawara, who is head of communication in the World Bank office here, she will tell you that all their documents are public. And you can question, where is this money going to, and stuff like that. And I think it's good that we are having Mr. Sanusi in this forum, and I'm going over now to Mr. Amadou Eba. The Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, is an alliance, so all players are supposed to be involved. I want to know about what they do in terms of cybersecurity and trust, and how they do they also know all the players on the ground, what they are doing? Is there a stakeholder mapping? Like, for example, SHAW is here. Do you know what SHAW is doing? That's SHAW in Soma. What are they intervening? So that we are not working in silos. Because you are an alliance, and I think in talking about cybersecurity and trust, that alliance you be able want to tell the government, Mr. Sanusi, oh, these are the players, this is what they are doing. Because there might be some players that might be doing something that is not in line with government policy, and doing things, we all have what we call briefcase NGOs. We have seen what they have done in other sectors. So it's always good to know the players. So in speaking of that, in terms of cyber and trust, what is the Alliance doing about that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, boss. This is a very important question. Looking at the let me say the middle part of your question, that is the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance being an alliance. Yes, we are an alliance with 7 clusters, and among these clusters, we have a cluster on data protection and privacy, which is headed by a cluster coordinator by the name Madam Dey Toure. and they have their own unit, have their own team that focuses on anything that has to do with data protection and privacy in the Gambia, and they report to the alliance. We have Women in Cyber. It is a new initiative that is coming to be launched. Presently, Madam De Toure is also being identified as the country director for Women in Cyber, which I think you are aware it's a global organization. Efforts have been made to make sure that it has been also established in the Gambia. So we have that as a chapter, as a cluster within the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance. We have incident response and management. We have a specialized team that is responsible for incident reporting and also incident management. We have cybersecurity awareness and education. We call that cluster the IEC, which is headed by Madam Khadijatu Sane, who is the head of the incident, the education and awareness cluster. We also have a cluster on cybersecurity education and capacity building. That cluster basically is headed by the Vice President, who is Ismail Njai. Presently, digital forensic cluster and cybercrime, which is a cluster that doesn't work with any civil population. That cluster is purely responsible for working with the law enforcement, which is the police and also the immigration, the military, just to name a few. If you can see, last week we have been so busy working with the law enforcement, only the law enforcement. So that cluster is focusing on that. Now coming to South Gambia. Presently, we have already, I think I can say we have started doing something on the pipeline. We have already drafted a MOU that is going to guide us in our operations, and the MOU is being sent to South Gambia's management. At the moment, they are reviewing the MOU. In fact, yesterday I was speaking to the President Annette, and she promised me they will get back to us before end of this week for us to do the signing. So this is going to be on all the media platforms, and part of the players that we know also is Kids in Technology. We know they're also a player in the domain, and we collaboratively working with Kids in Technology. So basically, for us, every player within the domain, we know them and we knew about them, and we doing everything possible to make sure that how do we collaborate to put our hands together and also work as a team. We also have what we call GUIDE, Gambia Gambia Information Communication Technology. I don't know and what again. It's a very, very long name. You understand? They also establish. And the part of their intervention areas, they do more of what ITAG is doing. I was talking to the president. I was telling them I think they need to also look at the way the structure operates, because they're more or less like ITAG, which I told them obviously. Basically, ITAG, should not have a competition when you come in terms of the domain that they are operating, because
ITAG is verified as the main professional association for all ICT professionals in the Gambia and companies.
So these are some of the things, and most of the people in the executive committee doesn't know what ITAG does, what ITAG is doing. So being an ITAG executive member, I was able to put them on track. So they're also working on to see how best they will change their areas of intervention and working areas. So these are some of the things that we are doing as an alliance. We are open to collaboration and partnership. That's why the name Alliance came, so that we can have ad hoc organizations that will be associated. We work together, work as a team, do a vigorous campaign. I was very impressed when they when they went to my region. Probably they are not aware, but I did a lot of underground work with Yusufa to make sure that the people come out in their large numbers, because being a youth leader coming from that region, I think I've also contributed a lot in making sure that people participate in the digital tech ecosystem. So we did a lot of collaboration with Yusufa to make sure that we get the numbers that South Gambia need in LRR in operations. So basically, these are some of the things that Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance is doing in terms of the opening up the alliance to bring in more membership in the Gambia. So coming to another part of your question, that is cybersecurity and trust in the Gambia. Basically, for us as an alliance, there is this issues of concerns that we always look at. That is, you'll agree with me, the only way we can achieve cybersecurity and trust is, first and foremost, it is very, very important for us to have an accurate view of our cybersecurity profile. In cybersecurity, we call it the threat profile. It is important for the government of the Gambia to basically have a kind of a threat profile of the Gambia cyberspace. And I know the GMC SAT representative is here. They are the best institution that can do that. So the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance is coming up with a vigorous campaign in some of these bullet points that I'm going to mention. And I know some government institution is going to be very, very hard for them, but it is something that we really need to do, because I remember the last cybersecurity maturity assessment that was conducted here was way back in 2017, Sanusi? 2019. So from 2019 to now, so many things has changed. Do you understand? And because of that, we believe another maturity assessment or a threat maturity assessment need to be conducted for us to understand with facts how vulnerable are we, which is very, very important. Another bullet point is, yes, we agree, the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, that there are plans when you come in terms of cybersecurity, but there are very, very limited plans when you come in terms of cybersecurity incidents and appropriate cyber threat intelligence. When I say appropriate cyber threat intelligence, that is to say, do our government, through the GMC SAT, yesterday the representative of the GMC SAT told us that the GMC SAT is a member of the Africa SAT, which is a very, very important body when you come in terms of cybersecurity. So we are asking this question: what is the GMC SAT doing, or the government of the Gambia doing, when you come in terms of issues that has to do with platforms that are not hosted in the Gambia, like Twitter, like Facebook, like on YouTube? How do government make sure that some of these things doesn't go through a very, very long process, and how would government intervene to support us in these areas? So there will be no trust if some of these things are not considered. Another aspect that we are focusing on when you look at cybersecurity and trust in the Gambia is, you'll agree with me, we have a lot of third-party players, suppliers within the internet ecosystem in the Gambia. Most of the suppliers or the third-party suppliers within the internet ecosystem, for us at the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, we believe there is no control. Believe there is no control, meaning suppliers can buy any equipment or any technology and deliver it to government. Government will not audit these technologies; they will just take and deploy them. So it is very, very important for government to have a very, very vigorous, digital or computer forensics lab, fully equipped, that is going to look at some of these things in order to make sure every third-party supplier that supplies equipment to government institutions is being audited, it's been confirmed, it's been verified. There are no bugs, there are no backdoors, there is nothing within that system that is going to serve as a compromise or as a backdoor to the supplier in order to have access to it. We have seen these things happen in this country where companies or contracts have been terminated with other companies. The moment they leave this country, they disable the entire infrastructure. That has happened in this country. We are seeing that is happening, and some of these institutions are critical government institutions that are suffering in terms of that. So people will not have trust within the government looking at the cybersecurity ecosystem if they believe or have that mentality that if they go to the government for their problems to be solved, it will not be solved because of A, B, and C. Thank you, boss.
Thank you very much. In coming back in this trust issue, I think the government has addressed that. I'm not speaking, I'm not a spokesman for the government, but we know the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy have set up an ICT agency. We have a board that is set up already, and I think they are also going to be housed in the same place, if I'm not correct. But I'll end this with Mr. Sanusi and ask people to ask our different speakers questions, because time is not on our side. Mapping of stakeholders in the field of cybersecurity. Who is doing what? What do you think the ministry can do so that you know all these players, you know their expertise areas, if they are lawyers, and this is what they do? How do you work with the Ministry of Justice? Also, I see Madam Njai from the Ministry of Justice here. How do you work with them? These players, are the Ministry of Justice aware of them? For example, that, okay, Moise is aware, these players, Ministry of Justice. So if cases occur, because yesterday we had stories happening in Soma, and it looks as if I see all the training Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance does, because Amadou tags me on Twitter and I follow them. But some of these things, it looks as if our police, they don't know, and I don't want to say our police, they don't know what they are doing, but because people are working in silos, it makes our police look useless, as if they don't know the law, whereby I know the IHRDA has done a lot of training on them. Various organizations, in fact, what the Justice Ministry has received in terms of empowering law enforcement agency, if you really follow that domain with human rights and everything, based on what we have gone through 22 years ago, you will discover that it has really improved. So how will you map those stakeholders? Because this digital economy is a big deal. Maybe by the end of the year, we might have a policy that if you are going to a place to spend more than $5,000, you have to do digital payments, you know, and all this require for the ministry to know who is doing what, and are they legit? Do they have the expertise? So, Mr. Sanusi, I would like you to end with that.
Thank you very much. That's a very important question, because in the process of ensuring inclusivity in policy making, or let's say in partnering to address certain critical areas or interventions, making interventions, you need to make sure you know your stakeholders. So what we have been doing previously was the ministry, just in simple terms, would write to the Ministry of Justice and maybe make a list of potential stakeholders for the Ministry of Justice to vet. And then they will come up with a response to say, okay, this particular stakeholder needs to be added, this one is missing, this one is, and needs to be removed, not relevant within that scope. So when we engage them once, when we are to engage them on a similar activity, we don't go back to the Ministry of Justice. We just continue the same trend. So we have done that for cybersecurity, for data protection as well. Now, we know that you talked about briefcase civil society, and I would want to also agree to that. And Amadou also talked about an organization that has a very lengthy name, no disrespect to them, but that were having an overlapping mandate that was similar to that of ITAC, and how he came about advising them to kind of revisit their mandate to ensure that there are no overlaps. That is understood. But again, the government relies also on other stakeholders. Just like what I used to say as a slogan, cybersecurity is a collective responsibility. By protecting a single point is not enough. but you ensure that there are multiple fronts of protection and through collaborative processes. And to do that, you have to ensure that, for example, the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance needs to go out and look at every single civil society that is coming up or stakeholders that are in the country, and I would like to give that assignment to Amadou, to look at those and identify them, identify their potential, and see and report to the ministry, because they are an alliance. An alliance is supposed to bring about partners together that have a common goal. And then based on that, whenever the ministry is to invite, we can also stretch an invitation to the alliance to also extend to other alliances that they think, with, of course, with a limit, because government also operates on budget. When we constitute committees, they don't not in every time they work for free. Even the civil society, sometimes they will say, hey, we are advocates, we are this, we are that, but they don't work for free. So they would want to come. They are not paid, but they are encouraged. Because if I say payment, that is going to be an understatement. So they are encouraged, they are given incentives for the time spent, or let's say they are given transport refunds for the monies that they have spent. I'm going to. So he's complaining for his spending payment. You see, that's an evidence. But this is what we do. So when that is done, it makes it easier for government, because government, I'm not saying it's not a business, but it's not a corporate. Let's say it's not similar to the conventional businesses that deal in the private sector. So the processes are slow, because we are expected to be more accountable as compared to others. For example, I will give you, for procurement purposes alone, if the government, if there's a government, let's say state-owned enterprise, I don't want to give names, that wants to compete with a player in the private sector, a player in the private sector will just go and buy a commodity off the shelf quickly. But for us, we have to go through tender documents, this and that, and then before you know, that player has already won the contract. So this is our challenge. So the bureaucratic, I'm not saying it's not advantageous, but it has its also disadvantages, processes, but it also is to ensure accountability. That also ensures that government's hands are too full. So because cybersecurity is a collective responsibility, we want to ensure that these players also around us, we come for a common goal and to assist one another. So we do it in a process by consultation with the Ministry of Justice to ensure that they give us a recommendation and then we extend. But because of Show Gambia, I don't know. Another one can call Spotlight. I'm not a Spotlight Gambia. But now, if I don't know all of these things, it's tough. I'm thinking about the policy documents in front of me, trying to so it's difficult. But now, Pons made a very good statement regarding the establishment of the Gambia Information and Communication Technology Agency. This is to offload the implementation aspects of ICT from central government, for them to focus on specifically implementing our strategies and policies together with stakeholders. So that is one way. The other way is to establish a National Cybersecurity Coordination Committee. There's a concept note that has been established, that has been formulated. It's currently under the review of the management, waiting for approval. When that is established, and I have 12 points over and over about this Malabo Convention, and he's waiting for it, this committee, which should comprise of various stakeholders, actually, it's a composition of nothing less than 20 institutions with 5 subcommittees. Each of these 5 subcommittees has nothing less than 3 stakeholders. And the chair of each of these subcommittees are permanent members of the National Cybersecurity Coordination Committee. This is how we design it. It's a combination of critical infrastructure owners, policy makers, academia, civil society, and also the law enforcement. It's a combination of all of the and regulators. Once we have this committee would sit and look at the Malabo Convention in the interest of the Gambia. I'm not saying it has a lot of deficiencies, just little,
and make reservations here and there which areas of the law or sections of the law or the convention that Gambia does not wish to abide, or even to propose general improvement to the convention itself, which can help other African countries. And then we sign and ratify with those reservations and those proposals. So because we do not want to work in a vacuum, that is why we have not just jump up, take a plane, go and enjoy ourselves at the hotel. They say, Malabo Convention, bring it, sign it. Before you know, Malabo Convention is signed. But was GCSA involved? Was Show Gambia involved? Was Gambia Bar Association involved? We don't know nothing about the process. So we want to make sure it's inclusive. So this is why. And Pons, if you would allow me, I wanted to maybe add on to what Ami said and also Amadou, if there is time. So regarding policy regarding women, right? Okay. Technology facilitated for women or gender-based violence. Okay, gender-based violence can also occur online. I believe this, and the perspective of online, through cyberbullying. Cyberbullying can come in all forms, even shaming people online by kind of exposing their inappropriate content or indecent photos or videos. Those are under our laws of the Gambia, it is a crime. And then we have a policy, and the policy says it's under the National Cybersecurity Policy 2021 to 2025. It says to ensure the continued protection of information systems that are specifically critical information infrastructure systems, that ensures also the protection of vulnerable groups, including that of children. We have a goal, and this is the sixth goal. So when you say vulnerable groups, we are looking at women as an override, as an inclusive. Now, when you look at the action plan, we have specific actions that we want to take. One is to develop best guidelines on how vulnerable groups can protect themselves online, especially children. To come up with a mechanism for also child online protection. And this also includes most of, when we look at it, when you look at the children that are mostly abused online are women, are girls. So because of this, we wanted to ensure that we have a mechanism for child online protection, which is also covering. And then when you look at it, our recently concluded cybersecurity awareness campaign part of it involved raising the awareness of students and youth. And we have covered 15 schools out of a targeted 16. 275 students were covered within a period of 5 days. So our discussion points was child online abuse, child pornography, and pornography in the sense is mostly, women are mostly the victims. Girls are mostly the victims. So we did a sensitization campaign on that, and we looked at the ITU guidelines regarding this particular topic. So all of that was geared towards kind of helping the vulnerable groups. Now, coming to the other side, where Amadou mentioned that government needs to have a threat model, right, of the entire country. Yes, but again, government works in collaboration with its stakeholders. And then when you look at it, the Gambia cybersecurity in the policy, the Gambia computer security and incident response team is kind of, some of the responsibilities have been delegated to them. Not actually to do that entirely, because it doesn't also work in isolation. Cybersecurity is also a coordinated effort. It's like it's a synergy of various stakeholders bringing intelligence. That's why we call intelligence gathering. So the GMC what their responsibility is to receive reports of cyber incidents, and also to alert constituencies about cyber incidents or cyber threats that are out there. And also, as part of the policy, is also to hold responsible critical information infrastructure owners. Do they comply based on the best or the guidelines or the baseline security requirements? Do they comply? So all of this is there. And then their membership also, they should not only be members of the Africa SAD, is it the Africa SAD? Africa SAD, but they need to be a member of the FIRST and other cyber incident response organizations globally. You know why that is important? They also provide you information intelligence regarding your country profile of cybersecurity. Now, when the users come to government and say, okay, we don't trust your systems, we cannot use it. Let's also remember that ICT, for example, it works citizen to citizen as well. And it works business to business. And it works business to citizens. So it's not only the government providing the services. The government ensures that there are appropriate policies, legal and regulatory frameworks, so that you can have a conducive environment. Now, the players in the private sector and the players in the civil society should help us with advocacy, sensitization, and where they can step in and also assist in intelligence gathering, and investigations, if they have that capacity. Now, the private sector are more equipped. They should have the facilities, their industry. That is why the pillar number 7 of the National Cybersecurity Policy advocates for a cybersecurity industry. This is targeting, empowering what? The private sector to be ready to participate in cybersecurity, strengthening cybersecurity in the Gambia. So, regarding digital forensics, investigations, the ministry is also doing a lot to empower the law enforcement. Now, what he's talking about regarding equipments coming in and services without being properly audited, we have a standard that has been published, that is the 2701, which is known as the Information Security Standard of ISO. It's a globally recognized standard, and I'm happy to inform you that this standard has already been published, adopted by the Gambia. Now, the problem is implementation. Now, implementation, first you need to designate a body that has that particular body that has been designated for that role will look at those equipments and have a conformity assessment lab to check that embedded system, how do you call it, embedded system security. You go and look at the bus line, at the chip level. You try to see what embedded programs are there to see whether this particular device is fine, or also whether it meets security standards based on what has been adopted or published by the Gambia National Gambia Standards Bureau, because this was done in the Gambia Standards Bureau. Now, in the policy, it is designated for this to be given to the SAT. But we have to be a little bit realistic, because the SAT's mandate based on best practices is not this. So this is why it has to be revisited. We have to think. And also knowing the challenges that the SAT is also having, because we have done a recent audit of the SAT as well, through the EU-funded ECOWAS West Africa Organized Crime, West African Response on Cybersecurity and Cybercrime project, which I serve as the focal point. We did an audit. The experts came, they did an audit of the GMC SAT to see what are the lapses and how they can improve. So there are some administrative things that need to be adjusted. I don't blame them, but it's a complete process the government needs to take and empower them. So we are not making flimsy excuses and promises. And some will say, hey, government please keep talking. We need action. We are acting. And as part of that acting, we have to make sure that the laws, the policies are in place, and then we come into the implementation. And we are implementing as well by establishing legal forensics laboratory for the Gambia Police Force. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. I think it's always good when you have some sensitization process that the World Bank is constantly creating. I'm going to have 5 billion UN dollars for the Gambia SAT. I think that's the discussion. I'm sure we'll have a stakeholder engagement to make sure all partners, not because I know most of it is going to empowerment of the Gambia SAT, but how are the stakeholders that do the advocacy, that do the training, how do they come into play? I'll take 3 questions and we're going to draft mode. So 3 questions. Please, I'll take 3 questions for our panelists and we're going to the drafting mode. Any questions, please? Going. Any questions online? No questions online. Okay. Yes, there's a question there. Can someone help me pass the mic, please? Is there comments? Rapporteurs, please, can you get ready to put up the drafts up? We have about 30 minutes.
Actually, it's about the question that Amaru threw with respect to the big text, on this trust and issue. I think yesterday I did mention that GMSAT is working on establishing relationship with Facebook, Africa Bureau, and other big tech companies. So I guess normally that's the norm actually. Big tech companies, they normally work with national SATs who are very well trusted. So normally right now we're trying to work with our sister SATs, especially the Anglophone countries. Just a couple of days ago we had a twinning meeting with Ghana SAT, who have already established that formal relationship with Facebook Africa Bureau. So they know the procedures and the process that are need to be followed. So basically, if it is good that we are coming up right now, and then we already meeting players who are already matured in the system. So you see, for example, like Nigeria and Ghana, they are well matured, and then they are playing critical role in West Africa. So we're planning to follow them and then see how best we can get, or they can get us connected into those things and then the process that are needed. So in short, that's actually what we are following right now. Twitter Africa Bureau, Facebook Africa Bureau, all those things, the process are already in place. So we just need to work them formally, and then we get there. So in that case, whenever there is an issue, probably the government and others, we just write to us, and then we just get in touch with them. I guess that I hope that answers your question. Yeah. Thank you. And also with respect to FOSS, also we already applied to FOSS. And even this month, they're supposed to have their conference in Ireland, which we are also working towards. Actually, GMSAT has been awarded a fellowship for 5 years, so which is a good step. So we just 1 year into the process, but actually we are growing. And then I know that we are more with the help of the ministry and Sanusi, which we really like to comment. They're really giving us a helping hand, and we really appreciate that. And we hope that with the coming of the new ministry, which is specialized in IT, we will work more to make sure that we achieve our aims and objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good intervention. Any other follow-up question? Okay, without much ado, we'll give the rapporteurs 10 minutes to get the draft up. In that 10 minutes, people can go and get prepared if you want to do your prayers and stuff like that, and then so that we'll be back here and go through the draft. I think the way we have already done, for those of you that might be your first IGF, what we did when we're doing the UN Global Compact submission is similar with the draft. You see, we agreed on this, participants agreed on this, participants agreed on this, and then we approve it as a draft. That draft will be feeded into the African Internet Governance Forum taking place in Lilongwe from the 19th of July to the 20th of July, 2022 in Malawi. So all African countries, they feed into that. It will be shared with the UN Global IGF. It will be on their website. And the document will also, inputs from all those will also form part of the Global Internet Governance Forum that Africa is hosting this year in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, ending of November to first week of December. So that's what it happens. So our voices are heard, and it's important we get this document right. So let us give, we have 3 rapporteurs. We have Dishan Poon online, an intern for working with Joko Labs. She's presently in London and she communicates with us online. So you can show your face, Dishan. You have been taking notes since yesterday. If we can see you. Is Dishan there? I think she's on, but she has been taking notes, and we'll see what happens later. So let me just give 10 minutes break for the rapporteurs to get ready, and we move into the draft. Then after the draft is approved, we go for lunch and we say goodbyes. Thank you very much. Panelists, thank you, Babu Kesise, thank you, Amadou Eba, thank you, Ya Ami, and thank you, Sanusi.
But you have of Perez, you have of last year. Eh?
Yeah, so I'm used to that. We need to
Yeah.
The UNDP has been very supportive when it comes to digital literacy, inclusion, and connectivity. In line with these, the Last Mile project was introduced to provide internet connection to the remote areas. The idea is to create
percent so as well, maybe less than 50.
Most we are expected to be more accountable.
Also, share your last one. Just add it to the bottom of the IGF. Or are you almost done? You can share the rest.
Some employers will make you silence when she comes. You go to a feedback, like you do
Hello, let's give the rapporteurs like 10 minutes. They should be coming on board now. I will go through this communique. Thank you.
You want to go now? Yes, second thing. The second section is okay. Okay, I'll meet you there. Yeah, Cisco was very it was good. Almost. That's the only thing I've been saying. But the conference every time I watch it. No, the animals are new. So nice. Elegant. Yeah, yeah, like this, what this from then and then they are sitting there, video call, watching TV, and definitely, and then some people. And you some generators, then the all of them. I was more about it, like I feel so insulted. It's like I have to put this I know all of has money than I like all of has money than all of you. I know all of has money than all of them. Like even I like we don't that. But no, fui. No, you're tempting. Yeah, I think yes. Well, I think the problem is that it's from like so that I didn't yeah, me and them said you start.
That what?
You start, Rapatua. Or the other communicate. Communicate.
I'm just waiting for them.
It's almost done, 5 minutes.
But the thing is, like, you have expanded, when for example, the vaccine, like certain collaborations, like it makes sense to do that. And now, contact so it makes sense because so much government no, procurement. Yeah. So sometimes it makes sense like government like
People go to the phone now.
Which one? No. Oh yeah. I meant the other document. Yeah, okay. Actually, no. That emergent thing is there. We're just cleaning it up.
Someone is reading, someone can put that in.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Madam Rapporteur.
I hope the report is not very long.
Oh, we need to connect.
When you forget, we'll be sharing it on Zoom.
Let me connect. Share my screen.
Introduce yourself and start.
Let me. Well, I have to get people need to come back for.
Just start.
Then the people on the Zoom will see.
Okay, are you on the Zoom now?
Let me look for them. Just start. I have to people want to start.
Oh, okay.
Once you are here, you can start.
Hey, Madam Rapporteur, my friend, let's start. There's no time. Let's start. Some people are going up to Saudi Arabia after this event. I'm telling you, people better.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madeline Larry, and this is my colleague Terry Steta. We'll be reading out the communique for comments and additions to the we, the participants of the 8th National Internet Governance Forum, held at the Sadao, the Carabao Jara Conference Center, the Gambia, on the 14th to 15th of June 2022, organized by the Gambia National Internet Governance Forum Steering Committee, in collaboration with the Ministry of Information and Communication Infrastructure.
Change. Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy.
Recalling that this is the 8th session of the National Internet Governance Forum held in the Gambia, recalling that the 14th West African Internet Governance Forum in 2022 took place as a hybrid event in Ghana from the 26th to the 27th of May 2022 under the theme Digital Sustainability, Data Innovations for Post-COVID Recovery. The Gambia Context ahead of the Global Internet Governance Forum to be held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia in November 2022. A correction needs to be made, please. After the date of the West African Internet Governance Forum.
Also the Ministry of Communications. Yes.
The Gambia Context.
Where?
Innovations.
Right. What correction and where?
Hold on.
You have to put the dates of the Internet Governance Forum in Addis.
Okay. Thank you.
The put in one, so now when you have to state specifically.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 28th to December 2nd.
Yes.
We put
We, the stakeholders at the Gambia 8 Internet Governance Forum, agree to the following. On digital sustainability, data innovations for post-COVID recovery in the Gambia context, we agree, one, to ensure that systems and solutions are built with inclusive measures put in place that ensures all citizens can have access to them. Are we okay with that point? Two, there is a need for collaboration among stakeholders to create community networks across the country that provide internet services in the areas where connectivity and access is a problem.
Is that okay?
community networks across the country that provide internet services in the areas where
That there is
connectivity
a
and
need
access
to
is a
bridge the
problem.
digital literacy gap.
3, that there is a need to bridge the digital literacy gap. Sorry?
Give them a little time.
Okay. All right. 3, that there is a need to bridge the digital literacy gap to ensure equal and gender-neutral accessibility.
Pardon?
Yes. 4, that there is a need to simplify systems in place to ensure that access to information is accessible in the languages that people understand. Yes, sir.
And 4 is access to information. They're two different things. It's the technology and the information itself.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah?
Systems can be there without information.
Yeah, there's a... Okay. Can you move back up to one, please?
Can someone give me the mic, please?
Yeah.
Someone volunteer pass the mic. We have people online.
Okay. For me personally, I find one to be too generic.
Do, sir. Provide us an alternative.
Okay. Yeah, because for me personally, I think one already catered for 4. So personally, for me, I think 4 should go, or probably you try to sort of like we try to reframe 1 to include 4.
Anybody seconds that? Any secondment of that? I see someone's hand raised there. Are you? Okay, please pass the mic.
Yes? Maybe try to reduce the...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, from my understanding, I think 4 is about the content, you know. while one should be about, the hardware infrastructure. So I just want to make a correction. You write access to information is accessible. Why can't you just delete access and say that information is accessible?
That's for number 4?
Yeah. That information is accessible, which can be either the content or the input. And the number 1 can be about the infrastructure in place, the hardware or whatever system.
Okay. Is number 1 okay?
Do we move on?
It's number 5.
Number 5, the public is entitled to information in the interest of the public, and that it should be provided by public officers without request being made.
We need to rephrase that. Is your mic on? Should that be rephrased?
Any suggestions, please?
It's more to do with freedom of information.
Yes.
There's proactive?
Disclosure of information without request.
We are talking, let's use the mic.
Let's use the mic. We have people online.
Without request being made.
Without request being made.
Mm-hmm.
Of public information?
Of public information.
Yeah, of what kind of information?
Public information.
No.
Can we move on? Okay.
Yes. Okay.
6, protection of personal data should be a priority to ensure safety.
Individual data.
It already says personal data.
It was okay, let's leave it.
There should be need assessment conducted to understand the context of our realities that are unique to the Gambian context in order to build innovative data solutions that are inclusive.
There's a hand up at the back.
assess the content or whatever, but one word has to go. You either remove assessed or you remove conduct, because they're very similar in meaning, because basically doing the same thing. There's need to assess something because it's an action.
Needs with the S.
It's English language now. It's technical language. That's my job. Yeah, that's really need. Yeah, but the conduct is, you don't remove conduct.
No, I think in the conductor is fine then.
Assessment. Then the other way around, have this juxtaposed. So, anyway, sorry, let me go.
Some people speak Queen English here.
Okay now? You say in that context. There should be needs assessments.
No, the other one. There's two of them.
Needs assessments.
Both of them cannot have an S.
Yeah. I mean, it's either a needs assessment or they can both have an S. It's needs assessments. They can both have an S.
It's needs assessment, that I know. Needs assessment.
Or need assessment. Then that's one need assessment. Yeah.
No, it's fine.
Okay. On improving accessibility and cost of the internet, we agree. One, that there is a need for internet service providers to consider the cost of internet access levied on citizens. Yes. Okay. So I'll move this. That was what we do.
That was not me. What's that, Madeline? You want to delete it?
I've deleted it further.
This was not part of our session, was it?
No, I added it. It should be moved.
That was last year's too, at 2.3.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I've moved it now to data innovations for post-COVID recovery. Okay, so the eighth one we have that there is a need for internet service providers to consider the cost of internet access levied on citizens. 9, the government should look at taxes levied on internet service providers that are impacting the high cost of internet connectivity in the country.
Is that okay?
10, the government should inform the public about the type of backup system used to connect us to Senegal, if it's the dark fiber or the lip fiber. Is it lip or leave? Lead. L-E-A-D. It's unnecessary.
Two, that there is a need to have legislation, regulations, and infrastructure in place for the confidence and privacy and data protection.
Please use the mic. The people online can't hear.
Yes. So how about we just do the infrastructure and we just go by legislation application.
I think everybody agrees.
In that case, if you say the government, you are very scared of going very close to application. So, people making the new so I guess just a little bit of and that is because you can also maybe there is need to have legal and regulatory framework for the population, privacy and data protection. And regulatory framework.
Okay. Three, there is a need for the proper enforcement of the Access to Information Act. Proper implementation.
And that's all.
Implementation and enforcement.
Other than.
And the information under the
Four, there is a need to raise awareness on the importance of protecting personal data and privacy.
We can't hear you, sorry.
Okay. Five, there is a need to create ways for uneducated people to safely access platforms. Should we go with people without formal education? Uneducated is one and so very.
Okay, I guess that one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess that one we already talked about inclusion somewhere. I guess inclusion, the inclusion that we talked about, I think also so what? Because we talk about inclusion, respect of gender, education, race, religion, it's all inclusion. So
do we agree to erase the fifth point?
no, I will read it because we were talking about access to cloud. But on the should just go.
Number 6 should go? Yeah.
And cybersecurity and trust, we agree. One, that there is a need to strengthen cybersecurity in the government.
sorry, I'm still not satisfied with the last point 5.
Okay.
I think 5 was mainly referring to accessing digital platforms.
There's a need to create ways for people without formal education to safely access platforms. I guess, as I said earlier on, inclusion is the keyword, and we did talk about inclusion earlier on. So for me, I don't think this point should just go. Personally, that I don't know what different what people have, but I don't think this point should be here.
Okay, so there's no objection. So should we take it off?
Maybe just put an asterisk to highlight it and we can remind all over again. Yeah, do it. Yeah. Just highlight it and then we can just highlight it.
Okay. Marlon, go ahead.
In cybersecurity and trust, we agree, 1, that there is a need to strengthen cybersecurity in the government.
Yeah. I know they wanted to kind of that's fine. So let's say comma.
Okay.
Private, all stakeholders as well as all. I understand that's fine. We highlight on the
2, collaboration and communication between stakeholders. Okay. Recommendations regarding access in the cybersecurity ecosystem should be presented by the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy to the Ministry of Justice for approval.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't intend to bring it.
I'll change it. It's at 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can you go to the recommendation?
Yes.
Recommendation yes, but in consultation with other stakeholders. Can the recommendations regarding the cybersecurity ecosystem
should be presented by the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy in consultation with other stakeholders.
Number 3, I don't think that's the role of the National Cybersecurity Agency. They are CSO like other CSOs do. They are responsible to make sure that other people are not people.
What do we do?
Do we break it or do we change it?
Directly to right? Because they will be able to communication. So what they can help with communication.
Getting to give us data, right?
Right?
For example,
if they cybercrime give us a report on cybercrime,
which we try to act
upon when we are working.
So the same thing,
like they get to know that at least they information. They can also use
collate their findings. So
that's why when I say consultations with
stakeholders, not only one. It could be very stakeholders.
So then we need to rephrase that statement to reflect that with the primary side of
Yes,
in consultation with other stakeholders.
Stakeholders are not
directly the cybersecurity alliance.
No, we're not yet there.
No, I was talking. You are responding.
No, I'm thinking about number three. No, what I was saying is that number three, I wasn't commenting on number two, I was commenting on number three. That this is not the role of the national cybersecurity area. So it's putting on unnecessary burdens because they are civil society groups like other civil society groups. So we say that they should make sure that all the citizens are compliant with the it's an unnecessary burden. So it's like a condition. Yeah. So we can just
I'll take it out.
Is it in your constitution?
No, that's not there. That's not there.
No,
Friend, if Google forgot to undo this, you bring it back.
Okay. There is a need to bring the gender gaps addressed with regard. Okay, I think we need to bring this in place. Yeah, that's The already existing laws in cybersecurity is strengthened to ensure that all vulnerable women and children.
Okay, if I may from there, I guess most of these laws they are already on a review, and some of them have already been drafted, and they are waiting for approval. So how are we the process of this review and the enactment process?
So give me a statement to replace this.
Piece of the already existing laws that are on the review.
Does it look better?
Speed up the
It says now, that are under review to ensure the protection of all vulnerable groups, particularly women, children, and the different.
Yeah, thank you.
Five, there is a need for more training and advocacy to ensure to educate the public on cybercrime and security. There is a need for more training and advocacy to educate the public on cybercrime and security.
Sorry, can we go to number 3? Number 3 is speed of the already existing laws on speed of conversation, strengthen.
Are you strengthening
Is the speed of the already existing? Can I have the mic? speed up the already laws on cybercrime. Because cybersecurity, we don't have a law on it yet. Cybercrime, we have right? So the IC Act review include the cybersecurity provisions of cybersecurity, which would be information, which would be critical infrastructure. So you can say speed of the already existing.
Can we use accelerate instead of speed up?
Speed of the process. Can we say speed of the process?
Yeah.
Speed of the process of reviewing the already existing laws on cybercrime. Cybercrime should be one. Ensure the protection of all groups. Here, cybercrime goes because for deterrence when it comes to aspects of protection, what we would maybe you wanted to say, let's say speed up, and we say speed of the process of reviewing the already existing laws. The process of reviewing the ICI of 2009. IC Act 2009. Regarding laws regarding laws on cybersecurity. I don't know now how to connect to ensure the protection of vulnerable groups. I don't know now how to connect to ensure in order. Let's look at this critical. This can stand. I think it's done. No, here, how it is referenced. In the ICI is trying to right? Cybercrime is more of the deterrence aspect and the punishment. So they are kind of different. So when you say the vulnerable groups, particularly women and stuff, it is more to cybersecurity because you use the word protection. Yes, that's why. Word protection. That is why. Yeah. So if you want, we can bring another line. Talk about the cybercrime. Speed up the enactment of the cybercrime. Bill into a law. Yes. Enactment of the cybercrime bill into law, right? Now this one will ensure that people who are protected through the use of online media or information systems are not protected, but kind of if I want to use the word, lawyers are here. Thank you. Modified to national level. That has included general body. You get my point?
the government and the national level.
Most of them were trying to collaborate on the government and both of them. All of them.
Use the mic.
National level government. That's my son.
I think because government's initiative is always at the national level.
I think we should try as much as possible to align it with what we are talking about.
Yes, government initiative is
put the word national.
Yeah, just say because like when you say all sectors, this means I believe the grassroots are exactly nationwide. All sectors.
Number 5, there is a need for more training and advocacy to educate the public on cybercrime and security. Okay.
Please use the mic.
Okay. Before that, I guess if I just remove security, I'll just stop at cybercrime. 205, yeah. This is cybercrime.
I think cybersecurity and
okay,
yes, they are different.
Yeah, but before it was only
Mike, we have people online too.
There are two.
Yeah, okay. Okay, like you said, that's probably
Go on. What I want to add there is there is a need for more public training. Because training here. Training here. Because training here on cybercrime, but you don't train people on cybercrime. There is a need for more public training and awareness for more public training and combating
Yes. Okay, I think we are done now.
The addendum.
Addendum. Okay.
We, the stakeholders, agree with the national, regional, pan-African, and global internet governance for to make the Gambia known worldwide in regards to governance. We, the stakeholders, agree to maintain multi-stakeholder nature of the National Steering Committee for subsequent national internet governance forum, ensuring a hybrid format is maintained to ensure an inclusive. The National Steering Committee comprises of the following organizations and the National Steering Committee, the Ministry of Communication and Economy,
It's communications.
Communications, yeah. Go ahead, I'll change it. Go ahead.
Information Technology Association of the Gambia, Information Technology Association of the Gambia, National Gambia Trans Union, GCCI, Collapse Bank, National Youth Pension, Public Authority, Regulator Association, National Non-Governmental Internet Society Gambia Chapter, University of the Gambia, GAMCHICS, Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, Ministry of Justice, University of the Gambia, Exchange Points, Gambia Cyber, National Human Rights Commission.
Is there any?
Okay, sorry. 2 and 10. The Gambia, it should be capital T.
No, it's small T.
No, it should be.
It should be capital.
It should be capital.
Ministry of Finance said we left them out. Put them back. Sorry.
They are not in the steering committee. These are steering committee members.
Okay.
Number 2.
Okay.
Moisey said they don't want you there. Sorry.
Really?
They said if you go for this
Moisey,
bus,
you
they will not have
Which is it finance?
You don't even give us money.
They don't give us.
You are talking.
They don't give us money.
Sorry, I'll go for 12. It should be the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance.
Yes, with B.
Okay, go on, please.
Once Ministry of Justice is also not in the steering committee.
They are in the steering committee.
They used to. They are there.
They are in the steering committee. They have not just attended meeting.
No, they don't participate.
They don't participate. But they used to.
So should we take them out?
No.
No, leave them there.
No, leave them.
Leave them.
Okay, continue, please. We are about 319. Yeah.
We thank the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, UNDP, PURA, YEP.
We thank the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, UNDP, PURA, YEP, Jokolabs Banjul, ISOC, the Gambia, ITAC, Alliance Francis Gambia Tech Project.
Should we take them out?
Next year, no money for it.
You want to take them out? Take them out.
Gambia Tech Project and all stakeholders and participants for participating in this hybrid forum. And we look forward to seeing you participate in the 17th Global Internet Governance Forum that will be held in a hybrid format in December 2022. It should be November, yes. They gave us money?
But they're here.
That's why you are comfortable where you are sitting. We did the setup. We did the whole groundwork.
Okay.
You know this candidate is always my opposition.
It should be in November 2022.
I'll change it.
All right.
Okay. No.
Did he speak to Bar? Is it Blair?
Yeah, right after the names. After number 10.
Sorry.
Stakeholders meet on Global digital. Global digital.
Digital impact.
Okay. Impact. Is it compact? Mm-hmm.
So do we approve?
Yes. So see now, this should be capital. The T should be capital. No, that's official. I mean, if you give me a document without D, it's not Gambia. It's not my country.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Final, everybody agree? Okay, thank you. I want to give a shout out to Jolie from ISOC New York, the Internet Society of New York, who has been waking up very early in the morning to support the streaming on ISOC Live on Facebook and everything. It's really been, he's really done a good job, and ISOC has always supported us through ISOC Gambia, Halaji Sisi and his team with Jolie, so we thank them. I thank all of you participants, and I will call on the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, represented by Mr. Sanusi, to give a closing remark, and Hadija, our chair, will close the ceremony. Mr. Sanusi, please, on behalf of the Ministry, please.
Aren't you going?
Thank you very much, Pons. I think we can all agree that these past 2 days have been a very important and informative days, you know. So without further ado, I would like to thank the participants, the organizers, especially the National Committee, IGF National Committee. I would like to thank also people from the media fraternity, our able rapporteurs who have diligently worked on compiling the communique. You know, there were very interesting topics that were discussed on the digital sustainability in the context of post-COVID-19 recovery, specifically on digital inclusion, as well as cybersecurity and trust, access to information, and the like. I think these type of forums gives all of us an opportunity to share invaluable information and to learn from each other. You know, it's all in the spirit of raising awareness as well, because there are people that are also participating online and those that are not privy to the information that they received today. So by raising the level of awareness of the people that are in the ecosystem, I think that should be the starting point, so that they become champions of propagating the same information and trickling it down to the grassroots levels. All of us have an important role to play in our society. And I always keep repeating the slogan, cybersecurity is a collective responsibility. You cannot do the protection at a single point, but at multiple fronts and through collaborative efforts. I would really like to thank the chair, Mrs. Hadija Jawara, for her relentless efforts in making sure that this event comes to light or to success, to a success. And I cannot do justice without thanking Ponsulet, who has been not only an ICT champion for us in the Gambia, but also a mentor for many of us, including myself. Because I could recall the first time I met Mr. Ponsulet was at the YMCA, when we had a competition, a hackathon competition, and he was one of the judges. I was really impressed. This is not to shower him with praises, but to give him the due respect that he deserves, as well as other people who are very influential in this domain. I would like to thank the partners, UNDP, ITAG, I hope I don't forget any of them, ISOC Gambia, I'm trying to recall from memory, Give One Project, of course my Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, without which, by God's grace, I would not have been even here representing them, as well as who again? ITAG, I think GamTech project, GamChicks, UNDP, Joko Labs, and all others that I have not mentioned. We would like to thank you all. And we believe that the information, as I said, will trickle down to the grassroots levels. And there are commitments that we have made in this communique. And again, I will echo, cybersecurity is a collective responsibility. Most of the time, it is us government that are scolded. That why didn't you do this, why didn't you do that? But again, let's take it as a collective responsibility, each and every one, based on the commitment over there in the community. All of us go and do our work. And then once we do that, we would have results together. We will be able to protect, and not only protect, but to ensure we have a resilient cyberspace. And by doing so, we are ensuring that there is trust, digital trust. People become more confident to use digital products. And we all know using digital products automates, your transactions, automates processes in life that are normally done manually, and they consume a lot of energy, consume a lot of money, and they consume a lot of time. So this, in turn, will help us accelerate, the socio-economic development of our country. Without further ado, I think I have not forgotten to acknowledge anyone's contribution here, but if I have, please forgive me because I'm human. Without further ado, thank you very much. We wish everyone a pleasant journey back home. Thank you.
Close it, let's go for lunch and go home. Yes.